Good morning and a very warm welcome to all. Symbiosis Law School Pune, a constituent of Symbiosis International Deemed University, under the Monnet Chair of EU Climate Justice Law, Governance, Management and Policy, co-funded by the European Union, in collaboration with ExploreiT and the Climate Reality Project India and South Asia, is proud to present the Executive Workshop on Climate Justice, Advancing SDGs and ESG through Impactful CSR Proposal. At the outset, I would like to warmly welcome the dignitaries on and off the dais. Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, Director, Symbiosis Law School Pune, Dean, Faculty of Law, Symbiosis International Deemed University, and the Monnet Chair Professor. Dr. Eric Barucha, Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Environment, Education and Research, Pune. Mr. Shivam Singh, Founder and CEO, ExploreiT, and National Coordinator for Youth of the Climate Reality Project, South Asia and India. Dr. Rajashri Joshi, Program Director of BAIF Development Research Foundation, who will soon be joining us. Mr. Mandar Vaidya, Director, Shrishti for Resilience and Sustainable Development, Maharashtra. Ms. Purnima Joshi, Founder, Trustee of Team Swachh, Kalyani Nagar. And others in the audience, including Dr. Manik Prabhu Dhanorkar from the Symbiosis Center for Waste Resource Management, Naman Maheshwari from ExploreiT, and Satya Natarajan sir, who CEO of Climate Troopers Foundation, to name a few. A warm welcome to you all. To commence with, I request the dignitaries on the dais to proceed with the ceremonial watering of the Bilva sapling as an eco-conscious symbol of growth and nurture. Thank you very much. The Monnet Chair has been conferred upon Dr. Shashikala Gurpur for the purpose of equipping stakeholders with requisite knowledge and skills through the capacity building training programs such as these that will enable them to implement sustainable climate change practices and undertake practical measures for climate change mitigation. This executive workshop is also aimed at enhancing opportunities for professional networking, teaching, and research linkages amongst professionals who are engaged in the climate change field. To speak further on this and to to deliver the welcome address, it is my honor to introduce the JM Chair Professor. Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, with an illustrious career over 33 years in teaching, research, and industry, is a distinguished academician and orator. In March 2024, she received the Distinguished Woman Achiever Award from the Society of Indian Law Firms. She was featured amongst the illustrious 100 women personalities in the book The Phenomenal She, launched by the Indian National Bar Association. She is a member of Sector-Specific Group for Digital and Creative Economy in Government of India, Ministry of Education, the Department of Higher Education. Dr. Gurpur is also a member of the Task Force on Governance of Higher Education by State Government of Karnataka. She's also a legal member of the Internal Ethics Committee, a former member of the Law Commission of India. She has been listed among the 100 legal luminaries of India by LexisNexis, and she has also been conferred with the annual Kittur Rani Chennamma Award by the Government of Karnataka for her excellent achievement in the field of education and contribution to women empowerment. Dr. Gurpur has more than 85 publications and presented more than 335 invited lectures and workshops across the world, including India, Thailand, US, UK, Ireland, Germany, and most recently, Italy. She's a pioneer of the EU legal studies in India. She's also a distinguished visiting professor at the WBNUJS, a member of the Academic Council at MNLU Aurangabad, a resource person of the National Judicial Academy, Bhopal, and a PhD referee to many national law universities, NLU Delhi, JNU Delhi, Mumbai, and many state universities. She is awarded with the most coveted professional achievement, the Jean Monnet Chair Professor for EU Climate Justice Law, Governance, Management and Policy, co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. She is also a team member of Global Evaluation and Accreditation of IALS USA. She also leads the SPARK project granted by the MHRD, 4 EU grants, the NADFM training, and a part of the MCCIA committee. She has successfully led Symbiosis Law School Pune to be amongst the top 5 law schools, private law schools, and amongst all law schools in India with robust internationalization, quality academics, and research. I invite you, ma'am, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, respected colleagues and stalwarts in the field of climate change movement in India. All the colleagues, especially my Deputy Director, Dr. Mohanty, my senior colleague, Dr. Upal, and other invitees and guests, and most important, the workshop participants, which consists of the younger population and the expert population in the field of corporate governance, among others. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you on behalf of the Jean Monnet Chair and also on behalf of the co-funding university, that is Symbiosis International University, along with Symbiosis Law School Pune. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Today's event assumes a lot of importance for many reasons. First of all, it is one of the deliverables under the grant that we have received from the European Union, which lasts for 3 years, and we are almost at the end of the 3rd year. Middle of the 3rd year. By February, the grant gets exhausted and the period gets over. So one of the deliverables is to build the capacity beyond the law school. So far we have done the capacity building exercises within the law school by means of a certificate program and also by means of incorporating the climate change related law and policy into the curriculum. However, we did a couple of other capacity building exercises. Some of you were also hand-holding with us, along with Mr. Shivam, who is the CEO of ExploreiT and Climate Reality, along with his senior team of advisors and collaborators who are in the audience and on the dais, where we did one-day capacity building where we had NGOs and others in terms of running an organization and also in looking at collaboration with the government in governance and movement. Whereas today's workshop is a very technically specific workshop, which is going to open the vistas of interdisciplinary, multi-expertise kind of capacity building, which is very much needed in the most developed Pune city. Now, if I may bring you, as I welcome you, the context of this project itself, when we were making this project, we were building it on the earlier credentials that Symbiosis Law School had earned with European projects and internationalization. So the credentials were like revitalizing the curriculum of EU in India, building capacity, facilitating facets of internationalization such as student mobility on both directions, faculty mobility on both directions, joint research programs, and content development or curriculum development. But there was the shocking or staggering facts that were coming in front of the world, and particularly the European Union responded in a very, very unique fashion, in a strong fashion in terms of its robust climate change related law and policy. So we thought we will try our luck at this project, Jean Monnet project. So first year we applied. At that time we had a different theme. And then I was telling our team that there is a kind of serendipity, which our chancellor believes is universe's message. The serendipity was that simultaneously we had won two projects. One was on 21st century teach skills, and the other was on climate change policy and law. Both were into capacity building in teachers and developing a postgraduate program, interdisciplinary postgraduate program. We had another one which was on international law and forced migration. So we thought the synergy is somewhere there, where the word climate change was something that was hitting us, and we were situated in Pune, the city which was the highest biodiversity covered city in India, which also became the third IT destination, third Silicon Valley in the making in India, which was also the place of saints, which also said how, or stated how Pune was the Oxford of the East because of the educational culture. So we saw in our own eyes, in front of our eyes in last 1 decade, as law school was soaring heights, the city was soaring different kind of lows. So we thought we have responded enough by means of engagement with community legal service, with the prisoners, with the vulnerable population in Pune city, in the Tulsi Bagh and other areas. We have responded to, along with the district legal aid services in terms of generic legal aid, but we have not done anything in specific to the climate change related challenges, except student exercises of going once in a while to the nearby forest or participating in plantation drive, which is core to Symbiosis even in Lovely. But we did not do anything in terms of theory, praxis and intervention. This is very important for any advanced institute or university. A university lives in ideas, it lives with the community, it grows when the community grows. It has to respond. The youngsters have to be affected by the changes which are happening around. They have to have that compassion and sensitivity. And then university also has those values. One of the cherished objectives of the university is to create that sensitivity to all the living beings, the famous sentence of Dr. Muzumdar, passion, compassion, innovation. So, and the other sentence in terms of ecological sensitivity. So we combined all of this and we made this project, and lo and behold, we were fortunate to win the project, which wouldn't have been possible for the expertise that came handy with the Dr. Rupal, who is science graduate with the patent attorney credentials to her name, alongside her excellence, personal excellence in terms of research, teaching and disciplined way of organizing. And Professor Arya, who is dedicated to the cause again of ecological values. Professor Raj, who was a youngster then as a researcher but evolved with us, and today is the assistant professor who was into collaborate with many of our European projects. So these were the core team who supported us, and we won this project 3 years ago. So under the project, drawing a synergy between all of the factors that I told you with the university, etc., it was again by sheer serendipity that we bumped into Shivam, a young leader, I would say, with the same Symbiosis values. He is an alumnus proudly of our university, of our management undergraduate college, but then he has scaled greater heights because of his persona. Trusting such a young shoulder in terms of this, almost 50 years of excellence of the university to be a collaborator might look like a little strange innovation on the part of Symbiosis International University's oldest institution, namely Symbiosis Law School. But a soul and consciousness do not go by the age of the body. I think age is only a number. It is the evolution in terms of values and commitment and his track record. Anything that he took up, he did it with that humility, he did it with that perfection, which I think I was old enough to not to miss that. My eyes were trained in spotting such good things personally, and then our team also accepted the ideas, and then Shivam started becoming our constant collaborator. We have collaborated with him in his annual event as a law school and with the Monnet chair and CCP project, partially synergy in terms of our cherished objectives under these projects. But today's event could not have been possible but for Shivam's participation, his credential as an organization's leader, the two organizations that he is the face of, and the whole barrage of resources that he has got, especially the trained team like senior professionals who are with him, who have had a corporate stint but have come on the other side in terms of protecting the Mother Earth. So that's why we kept the whole inaugural event also focused on living being, that is, and that sacredness. India always saw sacredness in every living being. That's why we made a very symbolic inaugural. I think that was better than the words kind of welcome or song kind of welcome in terms of cherishing those and creating that kind of energy in the room to receive the capacity building that we are going to engage in next few hours. As I welcome you, I am very happy and humbled to share with you that there are three facets of today's event. One is the knowledge facet, which creates a clarity about synergizing the idea of climate justice around which our law school, any law school is a not just legal education center, it's a justice education center primarily, because it's not law for the sake of by-hearting the provisions and, looking at the library and feeling happy with those inanimate books, etc. It's about connecting it to the reality of social equilibrium and to correct the errors of the society in terms of its power, conflicts, and inequality. So climate justice in terms of such relationship in relation to climate, its resources, and the changes, impacts, and the way in which inequality is not only being affected by climate change and exacerbated, but also inequality being caused because of the climate change. This is something, both as cause and effect, that we want to reflect quickly, and thereafter we will be moving into the translation of that into the context of corporates or organizations and personal lives as well to some extent. But this time we are not looking at that, we are looking at more into organizational context, and thereafter we will be looking at developing skills in people on how to translate it into valuable proposals, which will result in 100% success when you moot these proposals. So what are the ingredients, how to go about with it, that kind of brainstorming. And after that, we will show the actualization or praxis of such a proposal in the form of an organization which is in the neighborhood, which is doing a wonderful job. The leader is on the dais, Mrs. Joshi. And then we have other experts such as Mr. Vaidya and Barucha sir, and then Rajashri ma'am, who is in the in BAIF. So they are all people who have worked in this area, who have seen a greater degree of success, and who will share with you. Of course, bringing them all together and spelling the success himself, Mr. Shivam is also going to share his views as the co-organizer and also as one of the contributors of the resources. So this is how we have planned the day, and I welcome each and every one of you to the ongoing receiving of the knowledge and skills and expertise at the hands of those who have already traveled this path, who have accomplished this journey, and who have dedicated, it is their mission to dedicate this idea. Like Professor Barucha is one of the early thinkers in India on the idea of protection of biodiversity. He has engaged at all levels, right from the grassroots to the policy making and then rolling out the policy. So this is the kind of people that we have brought together for you. I'm sure that at the end of the workshop today, you will go out with a lot of gains, and you will also go out with a commitment that you will implement the learning in small or big way in your respective organization with the times to come. And I don't think it's about tomorrow, it's about now and today that I'm sure that you will commit yourselves to welcome one and all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would now like to request Dr. Shashikala Gorpur ma'am, along with Mr. Shivam Singh, to kindly felicitate our dignitaries on the dais. I would like to invite ma'am and Mr. Shivam Singh to felicitate Dr. Eric Barucha, Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Environment Education and Research, Pune. Mr. Shivam Singh is also presenting a tree certificate from ExploreiT. I would now like to invite you to felicitate Dr. Rajashri Joshi, Program Director, BAIF Development Research Foundation. I request you to now felicitate Mr. Mandar Vaidya, Director Shrishti for Resilience and Sustainable Development, Maharashtra. I now request for Ms. Purnima Joshi to be felicitated, Founder Trustee of Team Swachh Kalyani Nagar. I now request Dr. Shashikala Gurpur to also felicitate Mr. Shivam Singh with a token of our appreciation. I request Mr. Shivam Singh to kindly present the tree certificate to Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, ma'am. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite once again Dr. Shashikala Gurpur to commence with our ice-breaking session and also proceed on to the primer on climate justice, advancing SDG and ESG through impactful CSR. Okay. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please take a seat off the dais. Yes.
It's quite a substantial participation. We expected, we were supposed to do minimum of 30, but it ends up being 60. So that's a great honor for each and every one of us. We would like to know the expectations from today's workshop that you may have had an idea of before you entered this hall. And then we would like to tell you, or we would like to align it with what we have planned for the day. So I think all of you are presented with post-it. So we request you to fill 4 words there. One is your name, second is your current profession, third is the number of years of experience, and the last is the expectations from today's workshop, training workshop. What is your expectation? And then we request you to paste it on the board. We don't have a board that we have mounted here. It's here, yeah. So each one of you can get up and walk, because they say that sitting is the modern disease, which is not good here. We have a doctor, he will bail me out. We could do that, and if some of you are not able to walk or not willing to walk, then you will do it on the side walls that you have. And then we could see how we correlate. So we have just 2 to 3 minutes, quickly, only those 4 or 5 words. Your name, your current profession, your experience, and what do you expect out of this training workshop? So please see that it is distributed at every table. Volunteers, quickly. In this table we don't have. Yeah, just 2 or 3 of you take roles. Yeah. Give it to everyone, please. Yeah. I think they are resource persons, but you can give, no problem. Up to them. Your name, your qualification if you want to, or position, your experience, and the expectations from today's workshop. I'm sure at the end of it we will know more the demographic composition of this group, which could be something like, some of you might be representing the CSR division of the corporation, some of you might be representing the sustainability team, some of you might be non-governmental organization, some might be teachers, some might be students. Basically, we are targeting the youth, but we are also targeting the people who are in leadership roles, so that they get this idea of sustainability. I know that some of you who are representing, let us say, forward-looking organizations which are at the top level, already sustainability training might have been done. Even if you are law officer or you are in charge of CSR, you may be a younger officer in the team of the CSR, there might be an idea that might be coming in. But we would like to enlighten you with the best practices in EU, which is forthcoming, which could give you an idea in case you are bringing those best practices, you have those space in your job, or as teachers inculcating these ideas in students, as NGOs designing your programs in that way. So that is what we want to do at the end of it. That's why we are asking you this point. You can write in Marathi, Hindi, English. I hope when we converse in English, it is okay to all of you? Yeah. What happened? Okay, many people have put it on the board. You all can collect also. You can go to the edge of the room. Yeah. So, oh, this is very interesting. I have someone who is senior with 30 years experience, who is currently from an NGO but has a long stint in corporates, and he wants to look at transition and challenges. I think transition and challenges in terms of energy, in terms of going into circular economy, in terms of net zero kind of effect, all these are to some extent and in practice. There is somebody here who is from the sales and marketing team with the international exposure, who is into export consulting. There are many regulations related to climate change which are going to impinge upon export related laws. Prashant, there is one who is a manager of CSR. We are very happy that any kind of this kind of open learning is about mutual learning as well. You are defined by your peers to some degree. You know, Vedas say that 25% is by your peers. So we are very peer like you. There is a research scholar who is also a professor who is looking at drafting the CSR policy. And very good. There is a social worker here who wants to learn what CSR expectations are in the proposals. Then I have here software consultant to know about ESG, ESG and corporate mandate. Very interesting. So nowadays it is corporate driven, software driven also. Compliances are to be documented. I am going to talk about in my presentation as a theory. Although I am implementing this project, we come at the knowledge side, but we have given knowledge 15% focus. We have given skills and application 85% focus in today's activity. That is the core of this activity, because we have very little time and we want to give, we call it as dabble. We want to not just wet your feet, but dip you once forcefully into this. But after that, how to learn swimming. Some people learn swimming in one day, I was told. I took 20 sessions, but I couldn't hold my body on water. So some of us experience that when we try to get expertise in a skill like this. So becoming expert is difficult in one day. Have an idea of what knowledge to look for and where to look for. That's our main aim. And some of the successful experiments which have happened at the grassroots level and rolling out through the corporates as well. Some examples which we have gathered from our research on how do you present your CSR SDG alignment report. You know, that also we are going to enlighten you with our materials. It will be a take-home assignment. There is someone here who is into long-term strategy of writing proposal. He's a fundraiser as well and program analyst as well. I'm very happy that we have attracted such great talent here. There is someone here who is into non-governmental organization who wants to learn how to organizations which are related to climate change. Then there is another NGO person. There are many people who are looking at knowledge of CSR funding. Yes, it is important for your NGOs movement and NGOs activity and that designing important. I'm very happy here there is an undergraduate student who is from the environmental science who wants to understand networking and CSR proposal. So very wide variety, professors, students, scholars. One is asking about sustainable practices in India and EU, only for knowledge student is, scholar is thinking about. And then there is a science student who is looking at environmental compliance, who is a master's, and he wants to have, or he wants to have that skill. I have a senior actor is again looking at how to make CSR proposal impactful. So I think I have covered more or types of stakeholders and who are represented in this. So this is, I hope this is a good ice-breaking session. Each one of you know who are you learning with, what you're going to learn, and how your learning is going to be not only through the resource person, because in training and capacity building, it's a decentralized learning. It's a kind of learner-centric rather than teacher-centric, right? And then it is learning by doing, which we have, the field trip and proposal writing. It is also learning from the peer, as I told you. So in your table, I hope, if I take this table, I think we have academics, put your hand up, academics, social worker, NGO, corporate. See, one table has got, so that's how we do the ice breaking. Like we want you to appreciate the resources that you have at your hands reach, elbows reach, as they say, and you also have people who bring their own richness to the table, aside from what is planned from our side as people who are organizing this event. Anybody else wants to go for a try? Pratik, your table. Let everybody know how many years. He's a chartered accountant who has dedicated his life to public service. So who else is at the social worker? NGO. Which professional? Restoration ecologist. Wonderful. Restoration ecologist. So an expert at the table. NGO. So there are four different types of stakeholders there. So this is how we cherish the resources also that today's workshop has brought together, to have a multiplier effect, not just one on-off effect. So thank you for that wonderful participation. We have taken exactly 7 minutes. Thank you. And these are going to be the kind of what we call as evidences of how we have embarked on this journey. The first step itself is a leap. Thank you. So let's go to the compeer to give call for the next session.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that ice-breaking session to understand and analyze the needs of today's session. We will begin with our first session, that is the primer on climate justice, advancing SDG and ESG through impactful CSR. In this, we are going to first begin with an introduction to climate justice law, policy and governance in India and EU with examples, and study about the importance of ESG and CSR in advancing sustainable development goals with India and EU examples. For this, I would like to once again call upon Professor Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, the JM Chair Professor.
So dear all, don't worry, you won't have too much of me. This I need to have come here because of the role of being the JM Chair, because that's one of the expectations of the project. And also that we have worked for long on linking these areas theoretically, guiding researchers, commissioning projects. So the first point that we are going to deliberate upon for next 15 minutes, with the help of knowledge coming from people on the field, global pictures, real events, is to look at the very concept of climate justice. And then after that, we will dwell in another 15 minutes. In between, we will have a little interaction on advancing SDG and ESG and connecting them to the CSR or corporate social responsibility. So let me go through the next slide. There is no slide changer. Can you give it to me? बोलने तक याद क्यों नहीं आता? So the first part, as I told you, climate justice, law, policy and governance in India, and then EU, with examples, with best practices. So I know that in the crowd we have our senior students who are from the law field. we have some law professors, etc. But with the non-law crowd, I would like to know how many of you are aware of the concept of climate justice? In the non-law crowd, one or two, like somebody who is working in the field. Shivam, he has been with us. He has collaborated also in giving the resources. Would you like to tell me what's your background and what's your idea of climate justice? Mike, please. Yeah.
My background is from environmental science.
Science, okay.
So I believe justice for everyone and global south, and they have treated differently than other.
Excellent.
the world.
So, although you are a scientist, you are very aware of the politics and economy related to environment. So, global south is treated differently. Thank you. So, we are going to show you a little video. We have so many videos which we will share with you. You can have your time because I have only 15 minutes. So, I thought I'll highlight 2 parts of one video and then I will highlight a little bit of other videos. I think Dr. Rupal, did you change the order? Did you give the order which I gave you? No, the last refined proposal. Okay, okay. So let's play one video which will connect with what Madam told in terms of how environment is and what are those kinds of what we call as inequalities which are felt. She said global south. What is unique about global south? Global south, on the south of the equator, we all know, on the left hand side you have, if you were to hold the map flat, on the left hand side we have the South Americas, which are home to the Amazonian rainforests. And then we have the Africas, home to huge resources, natural resources. And then you come to Asia, West Asia, South Asia like us, which are home to, the deciduous forests, the rainforests. And then you go to the other part of the richest rainforests in the Java, Malaya, Sumatra, Southeast Asia. And what do you have above the equator, on the north of the equator? A landmass or the landscape which is not so favored because the sunlight is not that strong. So they need to survive with the resources such as coal, the fossil fuels in order to keep themselves warm. And they also have a consumption pattern which is very different from the south. So some of these documentaries are highlighting that. So let's go to the first slide itself. I'll go to the first slide itself just to show you one documentary which United Nations comes out with, how the environment is as of now, or how climate change is affecting. So let's go to the first documentary, and with that help only I'll explain to you. Yeah. Just bear with us, just 1 minute, We have not subscribed to the unpaid version, that's why.
Paris Olympics आ रहा है, जियो सिनेमा पे बिल्कुल फ्री, दम लगा के देखना है.
How do you avoid the advertisement? You go to the down below and then you click. You can switch off. So clear. So, what did you see there? What you saw is a snapshot of how the environment related reality is. On the one hand, you saw how the elephants are running, how animals are running, and how forest fire is catching on, how drought is there, and then there is a whole aggressive urbanization with concrete buildings, with big roads and big construction. Now, who are the stakeholders in the environment? Virtually, as they said, one environment, one planet, and all of us are stakeholders, whether we are situated in the global south or global north. So, who is causing all these changes? And who are the stakeholders? You saw there the animals, you saw the earth there, the sea there, the sky there, and then you also saw the machines, the buildings, and the people. And the people who are looking at reducing the pollution, recycling, and reusing. So you have, among the people also, there is a kind of differentiated approach to the environment and differentiated impact of the environment. So as of today, if you see, it has a cultural impact. It has an impact on the melting of the ice caps, rising temperatures, and oceans being turning acidic, which is resulting in the death of the species there. And then we also have children's respiratory issues, lifespan coming down in polluted cities and polluted areas, and there is water scarcity. Parched earth was shown there. And then what we saw was that the need, crying need, anybody will feel the crying need for looking at changing this scenario in terms of how we are interacting with the nature in our food production, in terms of agriculture, using the land for all those which you saw, and then the way in which energy is being used, the way in which new roads and therefore transport is to be looked at, the waste that we generate with the population and with the consumption pattern, as I told you, the way in which tourism is affecting, industries are affecting, buildings are affecting, and water, and the way the health is getting affected. So from this point of view, how are indigenous people looking at it is highlighted in our own India's experiment in a remote area. How, although world is talking about India's population being very high, and India adding overall so much of carbon dioxide into the climate, whether India is just watching it or Indian lifestyle is also balancing this kind of approach. So that question is answered by this little experiment which is happening at the initiative of highly qualified technician and IIT qualified person who is leading the tribal people by discovering their own indigenous values and practices into conservation of the elements of nature. So I request you to play the last video quickly for 1 minute. I told you last video in the first slide, which is India SDG example. Shiv Ganga. So I thank Prayas NGOs, Mr. Pratik, for bringing it to our attention as well.
Your business is bound to fail if you do not stop doing these three things. First,
मार्च के महीने में व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप से पर एक फोटो घूमने लगता है। ये एक सूचना होती है झाबुआ के कलेक्टर की, जिसमें कहा जाता है कि झाबुआ में जल अपने निम्नतर स्तर पर पहुंच गया है, बोरिंग लगा नहीं सकते और भी बहुत से प्रतिबंध जल के संबंध में लगाए जाते हैं। इस जल के अभाव में झाबुआ के निवासियों को दो ही हल सूझते हैं, या तो प्राण त्याग दो या फिर प्राणों के समान प्यारा झाबुआ। और प्रतिवर्ष इसी कारण झाबुआ से हर वर्ष पलायन करके कई परिवार इंदौर जैसे शहरों में आ जाते हैं, लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है। कुछ वर्षों से पलायन कम होने लगा है।
I think there are two links open somewhere.
जिन्हें हमने कैमरे के लेंस ने जैसा दिखाया वैसा देखा, उन भीलों ने अपनी प्राचीन परंपरा को फिर से जीवित कर झाबुआ को हरा भरा कर दिया है। झाबुआ का एक एक नागरिक भगीरथ बना तो एक एक गांव तीरथ बन गया, और शिव ने अपनी जटाओं से गंगा झाबुआ के गांव गांव में उतार दी। नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अमन है, ये आपका वीएस के मालवा है। झाबुआ के लोगों ने अपनी प्राचीन भीली परंपरा को जीवित करके झाबुआ को हरा भरा कर दिया है। इस प्राचीन परंपरा का नाम हलमा है। आज इसी के बारे में बताऊंगा, और आज आईआईटी से लेकर दुनिया के सारे संस्थान इसी हलमा पर शोध करने के लिए झाबुआ आ रहे हैं। हलमा का सीधा सा अर्थ है किसी समस्या को एक साथ मिलकर हल करना। ये भीलों की प्राचीन परंपरा रही। शिव गंगा नाम का एक एनजीओ जो झाबुआ को स्वावलंबी बनाना चाहता है, लेकिन जल संकट उसके लिए भी बड़ी समस्या थी। तो शिव गंगा के कार्यकर्ताओं को झाबुआ के लोगों से ही पता चला कि किसी भी संकट को परमार्थ की भावना से दूर करने के लिए, यानी बिना किसी स्वार्थ से दूर करने के लिए जब सब साथ में आते हैं तो उस परंपरा को हलमा परंपरा यहाँ पर कहा जाता है। तय हुआ कि इस बार जल संकट को दूर करने के लिए शिव गंगा के द्वारा हलमा बुलाया जाएगा। सन 2009 में हाथी पावा की पहाड़ी पर जल संरक्षण के लिए हलमा बुलाया गया। पीले चावल से लेकर आमंत्रण तक विभिन्न प्रयोग हुए। 15 दिन में 15 गेती यात्राएं निकली और 800 लोग 2009 में शामिल हुए। 2010 में 1600 और 2011 में यह आंकड़ा 10,000 के पार पहुंच गया। बंजर हो चुकी पहाड़ी पर आज तक यानी 2022 तक लाखों जल संरचनाएं बन गई है, लाखों पौधे रोपे गए हैं, वीरान झाबुआ हरा भरा हो रहा है, साथ ही वर्षा का जल जमीन में जा रहा है जिससे जल स्तर बढ़ रहा है। अब हाथी पावा के अलावा भी हलमा दूसरी पहाड़ियों पर भी होने लगा है।
So, this is the kind of broad idea I gave you. On the one side we saw the problem, on the other side we saw the solution that is being worked out by the grassroots people. But then how this solution at the grassroots level in India is being facilitated because of certain funding which has come from the voluntary approach of certain people and the knowledge also. So they did not impose their idea, they rather discovered what was there as the value for the community. So the little picture on the right hand side, although it is dilute, it is talking to you in terms of global warming, which stops the layers from mixing properly. That means that exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide is blocked because the greenhouse effect. There is rise of temperature in past 6 decades leading up to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and if it goes ahead like this, there are a lot of areas on the earth which are going to be vanished or inundated or eaten by the sea. And then you have, there is a loss of snow cover, which I told you already, and river flow has decreased, and there is ocean acidification, which has been harmful to the other living population in ocean, which affects the food chain because lot of people are dependent on fish and other food resources from the ocean. So there is an imbalance in the very human life. That is why we need climate change law. So climate change law, as the screen shows there, it is having certain parts. First is it has got legislations or acts. These acts are passed by the parliament or by the state government. They link the agenda of the nation with the agenda of international United Nations level, and they give the provisions. Second is the law gives the direction for policy. Means once there is a legislation, for example, you cannot establish a road or an industry unless you see its climate change and environmental impact. Then what you have to do? You have to do an impact assessment in advance. Now that impact assessment regulation, although it is part of the act, its implementation happens through a network of officers, processes, reports, and these reports are to have certain experts. So that's a matter of policy. So that direction is set by the law. Third is, it also talks about how climate change governance has to happen. By governance, we mean how we have the accountability mechanism here. How do we have open information sharing? So transparency and accountability. And then it also sees that there is a net zero, means there is net zero emission by 2050, which is the agenda that all the member nations of the United Nations have set for themselves, where India also played a very important role. And then laws and policies can apply on different sectors, as I already told you, on how we use the land, how we do the agriculture, how we use the energy. So all these are the combined areas of law, policy, governance and management. So it can't be a singular act on the part of the government, although the governance plays a key role in bringing them together. It has to be having all the stakeholders in action, and here corporates play a very important role, not only in generating these challenges for climate change mitigation, but also in aiding the government, in assisting the government in mitigating this problem. So how law and policies set the new direction. If you look at this graph, you will see that there is a center which is maintained by Grantham Institute of London School of Economics, which shows this in its database, that by 2024, if you see, among 164 countries, we have 1,200 policies. And then these policies are on both sides, how to mitigate climate change, how to adapt to the climate change. Secondly, we have 2,203 laws. And then out of this, 1,338 are looking at adaptation, and 424 are precisely looking at how to look at the disaster risk management. And then there is emphasis on social development. There is also transition of the economy to a low carbon economy, but then that has to be just. It can't be unjust transition, so that there is gender equality, human rights and food security taken care of. You just can't say that this is less water consuming food product, therefore you have to cultivate this by subsidies and loans without looking at the environmental damage it may cause and the food shortage it may cause. Or you cannot market certain basic food ingredients without looking at its economic impact. For example, we have a very wonderful study when I was doing my PhD, I read that there is vanilla, which is the single cash crop in Zanzibar Island. Tomorrow, if Coke industry does not use, you don't know what Coke has. I came to know that Coke has vanilla after reading that report. So tomorrow, if Coke company decides instead of vanilla, it will have lab synthesized artificial vanilla flavor, the entire economy will be wiped out. So there is a huge connection to human rights, food security and gender equality, and when you turn into low carbon economy. And we have 192 countries in the United Nations membership, and one new member which is added in representing collective interest, which is very unique, is European Union, which has got its 27 member countries already represented, but as an additional diplomatic wing, it comes there to represent the collective interest of the region as well as the globe. So in the Paris Agreement, it was an independent party, because by becoming independent party, it could have a kind of additional sovereignty to impose these agenda, collective interest agenda on member nations. So it made certain commitment on having laws to transition into a low carbon economy. So this is also a very important development that we are seeing. And then most of the laws, if you see, in European Union, there's a very strong focus on land use change and forestry. How you change the land use, how you use your land, and how forestry aspect is taken care. I will tell you, India had privatized land being converted into public property with the 42nd Amendment in the Constitution. And I was seeing it as a very good approach. But when you look at the climate change and the kind of changes that are coming, privatization, elimination has caused a lot of challenge for us, because now the onus is on the government, and government is an entity which needs to be provoked, reminded of its responsibility through the intervention of the court of law. And there is a lot of conflict between larger collective interest and what the government thinks right some of the times, because government may hurry for a public interest project without enough due diligence. Sometimes individuals who are leading the government or government officials who are on the ground also may lack that capacity or that vision. So this is how privatization of land use in Europe has got lot of lessons. I will tell you later on. So one important point in green I want to invite your attention to, that is how new directions have been set by the climate litigation. By using the mechanism of court of law, especially in our country, we have a special tribunal, the National Green Tribunal. So through this avenue, how it has caused a lot of opportunity for airing grievances to set right the imbalance to climate justice. So one indication that we have is how it doubled in last 5 years as key tool of climate justice. This is very, very important observation that United Nations has made. That means when we are looking at climate justice, how is climate justice a key pillar of climate action? All of you are into climate action. all the stakeholders who have come to this workshop. Now, you are in climate action either by the means of these 6 pillars in terms of, let us say, climate education and engagement. How many? Climate education and engagement. You are all the pillars of climate. There are many others. Law professors are there. They are not putting their hand up. Indigenous climate action. Just now we saw the Jabua experiment. So there may be NGOs here who are involved with these grassroots population. And then we have just transition, those who are like Shivam and others. These kinds of organizations are Professor Dhanurkar, although he is in the education sector, he is taking up a lot of consultation on waste resource management. So there is a just transition into circular economy, net zero economy. And then there is community resilience and adaptation. This is where a lot of communities who are on the coast or on the mountain are being organized, and they are helped in terms of using the resources and conserving. Natural climate solutions, we saw one, we saw in our Lovely campus also, natural climate solution. Then social, racial and environmental justice. Now this is one area where I want to invite your attention, how it is a broader concept, because sometimes as a corporation, or as while getting CSR funds, you may be oblivious to this interconnection between gender equality, the governance issue, the rights issue, as much as the climate issue. So I want to show you 2 documentaries. Of course, there are many which you can see in your free time, but I'll show you only 2 in order to show how the climate justice issue at an abstract level is much more of a complex issue. It's just by engaging in climate action, you are not going to do in terms of climate justice's more broader agenda. So let's play the first documentary.
Climate change is already making poverty worse.
بنعالج مع حالنا بحالنا ما حدا بيقربنا.
ما فهمنا والو.
The World Bank says it could push 130 million people into poverty in the next 10 years.
The richest half of the world are responsible for 86% of greenhouse gas emissions, and the poorest half for just 14%. But poorer communities are already worse affected by the climate change caused by those emissions, in many ways that aren't that obvious.
Like extreme heat.
Everything is exposed. The sun is beating down directly on you, and it's just unbearable.
During the June heat wave in the United States, scientists found that streets in poor areas were up to 3 to 10 degrees Celsius hotter.
And many people take medication here, and they can't sustain themselves outside for any length of time.
And that's because of too much asphalt, concrete, and the lack of trees.
Trees are life. The role they play in our ecosystem can't be overstated.
Yvonne Aki-Sawyer is the mayor of Freetown in Sierra Leone and has plans to plant 1 million trees in the city. Trees create shade and plants pull moisture up from the ground, which has a cooling effect. Research suggests that people in areas with less vegetation have a 5% higher chance of dying of heat-related causes. It's holding whole countries back. Scientists at Stanford University estimated that Nigeria's economy is 29% smaller than it would be without climate change. Brazil's is 25% and India's 31%. Extreme heat, weather and fires mean people are already on the move.
Having a
safe place to sleep at night is right now is like a godsend.
After the campfire in Paradise, California, people moved to the city of Chico. Rents surged, pushing poorer people out. And in places like Sierra Leone, it's destroying livelihoods.
Over 6% of our national population are farmers, subsistence farmers. With the effects of climate change means it rains when it shouldn't, and it doesn't rain when it should, and people's crops fail. And because their livelihoods disappear, they flock to the city looking for a better life. We don't have the infrastructure to absorb those people. So what you see happening is massive deforestation of our hillsides.
Mayor Yvonne has planted 250,000 trees so far. And it's not just extreme heat that they manage, they can also prevent flooding. Yolanda's community was also hit recently by floods in New York.
After the rain or any time we have any kind of storm, the backyard completely floods.
Nearby, in Queens, they killed a young family from Nepal who were living in a basement.
The poor are definitely disproportionately impacted.
Researchers at the University of Brussels have found that children born in high-income countries will see twice as many extreme weather events as their grandparents did. But for children in low-income countries, it'll be worse. They'll see 3 times as many.
Today, you have a much higher chance of being born in a low-income country or low middle-income countries. About 2/3 of all children born today are born in low and lower middle-income countries, and these are exactly those regions which are hardest hit by climate change.
And they play the least role in many ways in contributing to this crisis.
So what do we understand from this? So climate change affects the poor irrespective of being in the wealthy country or in the poor country. And it's more so in the poor country because larger percentage of the people are hit by their inability to cope with the climate change. And climate change, as it was shown in the documentary, is creating more poverty. This is something that is a new perspective because we always thought that climate change is affecting those who are poor in a worse fashion, or those who are vulnerable such as the children or aged or differently abled. But today what we are seeing is that it is creating more such people, especially with lesser economic capacity, unless we or the state is taking care of it. Like Porsche incident made a big news in Pune. Equally or much more big incident was the sudden flash floods in Pune, which overnight reduced so many shops to be closed and people somehow have recuperated. The media did not follow up on that. What happened to those people whose shops were washed away, houses were washed away because of the so-called cloud burst or heavy rains. So this is exactly where we need to align climate justice with our climate action. Whatever action we are doing as governance or policy or non-governmental organization or as individuals. The last point I would like to say is that, let's go to the last, not climate justice, that explainer, no, not the explainer. Before that there is one which shows DW, Deutsche Welle's one documentary, which I was very impressed because I think, I think Deutsche Welle we can't see there. Maybe the third one, the dumping waste one. Do you see? Yeah, dumping waste, Dumping waste near poorer communities. I think waste management experts will agree with me that you look at any community. When I was a college student, I used to fight for reserved communities housing colony because dumping ground was behind that, and nobody in that colony whom we used to interact with survived for more than 45 years because the groundwater was contaminated because of the dumping ground. Nobody took care of that. So we argued for municipality water. These were all our student days. But at that time it didn't occur to me. But as I was seeing this documentary, I saw a resonance.
The climate crisis is affecting us all. But those who are already marginalised, discriminated against and disenfranchised are being impacted first and worst.
This climate crisis is just like a hammer
to the poorest and most vulnerable people in all parts of the world.
In Bangladesh, we are emitting only 0.4% carbon emission. So we are not responsible, but we are paying high price. We are losing our childhood, we are losing our job, our culture, everything. We are dying.
The climate crisis hits worst the most marginalized communities who are excluded from the safety net, who are put in harm's way, who are often working in dangerous and exploitative jobs, who have less access to secure housing, healthcare.
To halt the heating of our planet, industrialized countries must act fastest to reach real zero emissions. But they must also meet their responsibilities towards those hit first and worst. Sharing advances in renewable technologies, funding adaptation measures, creating a new legal framework for the protection of climate refugees, and centering the voices of marginalized communities in every decision.
Climate change has only widened inequality, so we need to make this a justice issue. We have to talk about the causes and solutions in terms of human rights to really understand how we effectively, humanely, and even judiciously respond to this crisis.
Every person matters in this world. It doesn't matter if you are rich, if you are black, if you are white. The thing is, you need Mother Earth to live on. If we burn it, we are also finished. So everyone matters, every country matters, and life matters the most.
So these are just glimpses. There are many more materials, especially the one by Deutsche Welle says that if we were to look at carbon emission as 1 grain of rice, if Nigeria is emitting 1 grain of rice, Germany emits 40 grains of rice, and America emits 60 grains of rice. So this is the extent to which emissions have already been done, and then they have been done for decades. And then when developing countries are trying to scale new heights with their burgeoning population, then we are talking about the emission that they are doing. Compared to the population, per capita emission in developing countries is much less, but then we feel as if we are burdened and we are doing, which we should do. We don't deny that. We have also towed the line of those countries which were high emission countries in terms of a lifestyle and industrialization pattern, where we need to have this new reality. Therefore, climate justice approaches is about commons governance, which is commons such as forest and we also have what we call as forests are very important carbon sinks. We have other carbon sinks like peatlands. We have carbon sinks in the form of particular type of forest like mangrove forest. So they need to be protected in the larger interest. Citizen science and local monitoring, educating people in popular science related to environment, local language, local knowledge, as we saw the job work community example. There are many more. Just energy transitions, when you're transitioning, how you do in a phase-out manner. Then networking to share ideas and build knowledge commons, indigenous governance, community governance, and wise way of using land and water, and global climate justice movement alignment. For example, climate reality is one such alignment in Asia and India. Public policy attention to be given to the marginalized voices who are affected, like in Bangladesh. That's a marginalized voice in the world. Similarly, we may have coastal communities whose voices have to be heard, community food sovereignty, and then open access research results. If there are researchers, they have to be accessed, and inclusive watersheds. We have the huge groundwater crisis, and I was reading that after a few years, India's groundwater also may become heavily contaminated because of the pesticides and other things. And here our emphasis is on accelerating this idea through the rule of law by seeing that we use the law in the form of litigation and other things to, as the message clearly went, to protect all life, to protect the marginalized, to see that the plan takes a balanced view on these with the help of international agreements where India is a party, human rights law, national laws and litigation. See those 4 icons there. And then India has been party to, at the global level, important climate summits. 1992 was the most important watershed year. We established the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at that time. And 1997 Kyoto Protocol was particularly focused, first legally binding agreement in terms of carbon emission regulation as well as net zero goal being articulated. 2009 it gave further shape, although after 12 years regarding temperature rise being taken into consideration. And then we have in 6 years Paris Agreement, Conference of Parties 21, which is about global warming to be brought below 2 degrees. And 2021 Glasgow is a very important watershed moment in accelerating the action. And 2023 the Dubai conference was the one which looked at this, and before that Sharm el-Sheikh conference, which was looking at climate finance, controlling loss and damage due to climate change, which we saw in those documentaries. An emphasis on funding, innovation and technology was highlighted in the recent Dubai conference. So these are the important milestones as far as climate justice and international agreements are concerned. How did we translate in India's case? Quickly telling you that in 2024, if you look at India's experience with climate change, not a happy moment. About 46% of the rural population, and more than that, about 48% of the urban population felt that there were heat waves and prolonged summers. You will agree with that. Now only we are experiencing monsoon rains. It was never this late by calendar year. Spreading of air and waterborne diseases was very strong in urban areas, much more in urban areas if you see there compared to rural areas, but both are experiencing. Deteriorating air quality is a classic phenomenon. We know that in metro cities it is air quality index has been going low and low. Flooding in cities and other low-lying areas is another. Food shortage. Destruction of life and property due to excessive use is another issue that is coming to the fore. So slowly species are becoming extinct. So India has this legal framework. We have the constitution, which in its part 3 has said right to clean and healthy environment is a fundamental right as part of right to life. And because of environmental damage, livelihood is being affected, and livelihood is part of that right to life. And then in directive principles of state policy, as policy directives, it is issued to the government to protect the environment. And then some of those part 4, which are not to be questioned in the court of law, are brought to part 3 as part of right to life. In addition to that, because we were privy to the Stockholm Conference, we passed as a nation Environment Protection Act in 1986. In 1989, we added the Hazardous Waste Management Rules, and then Public Liability and Insurance Act in 1991 and 92. Look at the year. After the Bhopal gas tragedy, we had to look at that. Then we developed the Green Tribunal legislation's precursor, National Environmental Tribunal Act, and Appellate Authority. Then Forest Conservation Act in 1981, Water Prevention and Protection in 1974, because at that time in Stockholm Conference, air was seen as separate entity, water was seen as separate entity, land use was seen as separate entity. So whatever could not be controlled singularly by Environmental Protection Act had a separate legislation. But today we have a different situation. We have a separate ministry for controlling water and water related issue, and Air Pollution Control Act was there, but clean air as a right was not articulated under the act. That's why now you have new changes coming. We held a comparative law seminar and Professor Boyd himself spoke there, and this issue was very highly emphasized. Then I told you, litigation as a strategy to mitigate or adapt to the climate change related devastation. So you have one interesting litigation which came in the form of BL Vadera litigation, where they are looking at authorities being compliant in terms of pollution. And rural litigation and entitlement Kendra's case against Uttar Pradesh government before it became Uttarakhand, it was about the limestone quarrying in Dehradun, which was in question, the second case. And then we have this lawyer, environmentalist Rishi, MC Mehta, leading lot of cases against pollution and against Taj trapezium and against fertilizers leaving their pollutants to the rivers. So number of cases he has taken up, as a result of which lot of legal changes have happened. And we have Greater Mumbai's municipality also being questioned when it was expanding the city and then not taking care of the environment. Now, the most important judicial decision came just 3 months ago, and this decision is bringing Indian legal outcome at parallel with the best in the world, including European Union's number of cases and the cases in United States of America, Canada, as right to protect oneself against the negative impact of climate change, or right against the climate change negative impact. So this case was about this beautiful bird, great Indian bustard, which is a tall bird, which was once pitted as the national bird against peacock, but because of its name and its pronunciation, they decided to keep the peacock among other things. But there was another very important issue about great Indian bustard, that there were about 200 birds at that time, and now they have come down to about 250 birds, and now they are 50 according to the International Union for Conservation of Nature. That's because there is habitat loss, low fertility, fragmentation of the lands, and there are predators also, and they don't get their prey because of the way in which the habitat has changed in the post-independence India, with heavy emphasis on industrialization and land reorganization. So this guy, Ranjit Singh, he's a conservationist. So he challenged this permission given to a solar power enterprise and on-ground wire laying, and he said that this bird's habitat was not taken into consideration because large number of them are found in Gujarat and Rajasthan, and some are supposed to be sited in Maharashtra as well in the sugar belt. So the judgment said that there is what we call as the right to be free from adverse impact or effect of climate change as a fundamental right, very important. Chief Justice of India at that time said, Justice Chandrachud, that right to clean environment is already considered as fundamental right under right to life, but that right is meaningless unless climate change related negative impacts are being sealed as far as individual is concerned. Unless you are shielded against those negative impacts, right to clean environment is meaningless. He said that right to clean environment and right against climate change negative impact are two sides of the same coin. So this is how the judgment goes. And then it talked about interconnected rights such as right to health, right to livelihood, clean water and sanitation. And it said that right to clean environment can disproportionately affect the vulnerable communities. We saw in the documentary. And then government responsibility in this case is that developing and implementing policies that prioritize climate resilience, adaptation and a just transition into a low carbon economy. See all the 3 points which we said earlier, I am repeating. So the court also insisted on that. Now, this is something that will set you thinking. Why a bird should be given that much importance compared to other things? Now, one is holistic understanding of the environment where every living being has a right. The second is the conservation of that endangered species need not be considered as a challenge to transitioning into low carbon economy in the form of solar setup. The thing is, there is no proper expert report that has come. In terms of is this overground laying of the cables is the cause of extinction of birds, sole cause, or is it among other causes? And what efforts you have made to conserve that bird? So Justice Chandrachud in one of the informal meetings said you could look at like a tiger project, GIB project, the Great Indian Bustard Conservation Project, and then expert report should come. What is better, solar lines underground, whether they are going to affect the bird? They are not going to affect the bird, but they are going to be awfully expensive. That's what the ministry submitted the report for, finance ministry and concerned ministries. But overground laying will affect the bird habitat. So between the two, how do you balance? So he constituted a committee with secretaries and with experts. He named the experts also from IIT and other places and ex-forest conservators. So what does it show? So India's climate change governance is multi-layered. It has given targets, it has got national action plan, electricity plan, energy plan, minimal renewable purchase, obligation for the power distribution, national adaptation for climate change fund, and lifestyle for environment, very important. This is something that encourages individuals for sustainable lifestyle. However, Some of the projects of India are still under criticism. For example, environmental impact assessment or cheetah translocation project. What do we achieve by that? We have now tiger numbers are increasing, and why you want to add cheetahs to that? Green credit initiative, free carbon, space for carbon emission, which will be raised by 5% in 2022, which is still less than the half of what globe has covered in terms of freeing carbon space. I was told about new technology which is coming about carbon absorption technology, which hasn't been taken seriously by corporates in investing. Now, one of the important best practices, which I'll take you later when we talk in another 5-10 minutes I should cover. So before that, let me show you. One optimism that we have about India is India's audit in the G20 forum, where there is a lot of scope for optimism, because among all the countries, compared to EU, Brazil, France, Italy, Australia, America, look at America's ranking and Argentina and others, India is on top in terms of the 4 indicators on climate change performance. What are those indicators? One is GHG emission. We are much better than EU, we are much better than Brazil. Second is renewable energy initiative. We could still do better like Brazil and France, we are little less, but energy use, we are far better, and climate change policy, we have gone far ahead of others. So in the overall total, one balances out the other, although we can do better in renewable energy. One reason is we have a lot of conservative approach to energy. So we need to shift from fossil fuel to alternative sources very fast. So that's where we can be doing better. In terms of comparison to EU, in EU, the reduce, restore, empower, lead focus is there in the structure. And EU climate law, if you look at, there is a YouTube video which you could see yourself. We have European Green Deal as the policy, which looks at promoting renewable energy, enhancing efficiency, decarbonizing industry, very, very important, and then implementing carbon pricing mechanism through emission trading system. Now, this emission trading system has gone one step further, which we will be telling you, in terms of no public procurement or no public contract being given to a company which is not into emission trading. So those rankings are considered before a company is given national certification or even government contracts. Do we have that? Between the companies, what do we consider as the greatest criterion? So this is where we could do better from the best practices of EU. Climate adaptation, biodiversity protection, sustainable finance in terms of transitioning into a green economy, and in addition to that, social inclusivity and economic growth. For example, their sustainability due diligence framework, which they are going to implement in 2027, the framework is ready. It took so long. Initially, they had the sustainability framework. Now there is a due diligence framework. So due diligence initially was before establishing the industry or before having a collaboration outside of Europe. Today it has come to another level in terms of even supply chain, in terms of the impact of the product. So at all levels it is operating. We have given you that link. So I'll quickly take you through that video. This is one video which will give you the overall view about how EU policy is, and then the Fit for 50 package also is something.
Climate action is at the heart of current EU concerns, but that's not new. European countries started acting in the 70s. To reduce pollution, improve natural and urban environments, and promote awareness of ecological problems, the European Commission introduced the first Environmental Action Programme. In 1987, the Single European Act made protecting health, natural resources and the environment an EU goal. Next came the European Environment Agency in 1990. It informs people about and helps monitor environmental action in the EU. Environmental issues became a fully integrated EU policy area with the Maastricht Treaty in 1993. It also strengthened the European Parliament's role in developing environment policy. But this was not enough to tackle climate change. In 1999, the Amsterdam Treaty made sustainable development a key objective. It became obligatory to integrate environmental protection into all EU policies, like agriculture, transport, or regional policy. So far, so good. But the rollout of EU environment policies was uneven across countries. So in 2001, Parliament adopted minimum standards for environmental inspections, punishing serious offences like illegal emissions, wildlife trade, or the dumping of waste. And in 2015, the Paris Agreement was signed and backed by the European Parliament. It aims to keep the rise in global temperatures well below 2 degrees centigrade to try and limit the effects of climate change. 4 years later, the European Parliament took an historic stand.
And the resolution is adopted.
L'Europe est le premier continent de ce monde à déclarer l'état d'urgence environnementale et climatique.
The Commission responded, presenting the Green Deal, an ambitious roadmap to a climate-neutral Europe. In 2020, the EU proposed a European climate law, setting in stone the goal to reduce greenhouse gases 55% by 2030, and
The European climate law is indeed the cornerstone of the European Green Deal, as it enshrines into legislation the Union's objective to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 at the latest.
2021 to 2030. The 8th Environmental Action Programme will focus on accelerating the transition to climate neutrality, to clean and efficient energies, and to a circular economy.
So EU has been the world leader in terms of mitigation and adaptation measures to climate change, strict laws, both in terms of adaptation and mitigation, in terms of declaring climate emergency, in terms of looking at criminalizing the wrongful acts which come in the way of implementing this policy. And then in 2024, restoration in terms of natural restoration law to restore the land and sea by 2030. Now, this is the kind of measure we would also like to have. We have some religious leaders talking about restoration of land and restoration of rivers, whereas the damage has been done by citizens as well as large-scale industries and mega projects at the same time. So how will we, you can brainstorm on how do you think India can learn from the EU best practice? In that short video, how you were able to see the whole bird's eye view of how EU has gone about. Therefore, in their approach, what is very important is emission budgets, legally binding targets, independent monitoring, national climate law, sectoral legislation, whether it is air or water or land, financial arrangements or alignment that they have made, budgetary alignment. Does India have climate change related budgetary allocation? Can anybody think of that? So these are the areas where, as a cross-section of the public, you all could be the opinion makers, you all could be the accelerators in advancing this agenda of climate justice by looking at the best practices that EU has adopted. So one question that we can think through, a set of questions I have given, you can think through whether felling of trees to widen roads would be against sustainable development. Just like Great Indian Bustard harming can be against climate change. See the balancing, this is where climate justice is that equilibrium. So the balancing is a very fine act. It needs that selection of the values without sacrificing the core value, reconciling the competing interest and prioritizing between competing interests. So I hope all of you understood the bird case. Now the bird case shows the thinking process that is involved in the justice approach. That you need clean energy, you need to have large land mass, and that land mass is affecting the bird species, but how you can protect both the interests. You have seen how Supreme Court has gone about solving the biggest problems like the Ayodhya issue in the past, where the balancing of rights and balancing of competing claims in the long term, strategic interest is about past, present, future, how it is done. So what do you think? So what happened in one of the cases was in Uttarakhand, when the road was being laid out, so many trees were going to be felled. So there was a case against this felling of the trees and road widening. Can you stop road widening? That is a development issue. transport. So connecting communities, especially in the mountainous region, you can't stop. But can you allow wholesale felling of the trees? You can't. So the balance was, you categorize the trees. If it is eucalyptus kind of tree, which is not so environmentally friendly, which absorbs water from the groundwater table, fell those trees. But then keep those trees which are the oldest trees, which are fruit yielding tree, which are old trees, which are conserving the environment. Because in trees also there are oxygen emitting, there are carbon emitting, lesser carbon emitting, etc. So this classification, again expertocracy, Europeans are against this, but because they say even if there is experts, that has to sit with justice. So then there was a huge chunk of fruit yielding trees, which could be easily replanted. So this is how reconciliation was done instead of giving up the project. Second, waste to energy plant in a dense residential area pollute with greenhouse gases. See how conflicting interests are there. What's your answer? Waste to energy plant. Look at a better technology so that the effluents are not done. Instead of shifting the factory, you try to see. Now we are going to see the waste treatment plant today, which is also in a residential area. But then how did they reconcile these interests? So scientific approach plus community interest. Builder project, constructing houses after felling many trees. Construction industry is adding 22% of the greenhouse gases, especially in India. So it is definitely an industry that needs to be kept under check in terms of European best practices. Rohtang Pass has environmentally sensitive zone with tourist heavy vehicle using black carbon, which is melting ice glaciers. Talking of India's Himalayan regions. Answer, make them light down from the vehicle and then use the battery cars. Internal contradiction within this, as we saw in the Great Indian Bustard case. Is that clear to all of you, the idea of climate justice? Yeah. So any question? One or two questions we can take, and quickly we will move to the next one because this is the key, and from there the transition to the practice begins. Any question? Any comment? I hope the concepts were clear to all of you, because this is understanding. Therefore, extreme viewpoint, what Supreme Court said, that banning is not an answer for anything. Because we have to be very practical in terms of circular economy is our need. Circular economy is our goal. That doesn't mean you destroy the economy to make it circular. Sustainable solution is what we have to see while not giving up our obligations under the climate change related legal and policy commitment. So this is how we can conclude, and there are many best practices from other nations that we can follow. Now let me take you through the second part, which is about connecting environmental social governance framework and corporate social responsibility in aligning it with the sustainable development goals, and what are the examples that we have. First of all of you must be connected with the environmental social and governance framework. What do we have in environmental social governance framework? In social framework, we have elimination of poverty, we have zero hunger, good health. Most of them are connected to the physical well-being. Quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, again health and internal well-being, quality of life. And then we have decent work, economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, and then so poverty elimination, reduced inequality, responsible consumption and production, and peace, justice. Peace, justice, the 16th goal is what we related so far, and other goals are related to that in terms of what we said in terms of human rights earlier. Okay, the well-being of the person physically, mentally, and in terms of participation socially with equal right. There comes the environment one. The environment one is about clean water and sanitary, that's potable water, affordability in clean energy, so water, energy, infrastructure, climate action, responsible consumption, very, very important for all of us. And then sustainable communities, and life below water to be protected, and life on land to be protected. So these are all the climate related different dimensions. Now comes the governance dimension. So whether you are running an NGO, corporation or an educational institution, you look at gender equality. So any rights violation is not tolerated. This is very important. Human rights are coming here also, but here they are most important. In running your organization, don't harm anybody's right, and more so in terms of gender-related issues, decent work and economic growth. So workplace harassment, hygienic workplace, and protection of ergonomic and other kinds of health at workplace, industry innovation and infrastructure, climate action, responsible consumption, they also come in governance of your organization. So just close your eyes and think of your organization. How is your environmental dimension, social dimension, and governance dimension? You may not be the founder of an organization. You may be an employee, or you may be a vendor to the organization, or you may be, let us say, consumer of that organization. I am consuming Shell company's petrol. Whether Shell company is taking care of these things in a proper way. Shell company was accused of interference in Nigeria. So one of the family members closely known to me in Europe went off the consumption of that petrol. So that is the kind of sensitivity that as a citizen, as a consumer, you can show in terms of ESG connectivity. As a company, how do you do? Do you have internal complaints mechanism if there is any gender-based harassment, or if there is any caste-based harassment? Is there a grievance cell in your company? Are your HR policies in consonance with them? So that means social as well as governance. Do you understand? Do you have enough representation for women directors? I'm giving just examples for you to apply this idea. So that's about it. Now, how do you connect sustainable development and this kind of environmental social governance is shown in this little video. I play the video so that multimedia keeps the focus also, brings a change from my lengthy lecture. So let's shift to the video.
Last week, I taught a workshop for 2.5 hours to a bunch of people in business that are new to sustainability and ESG.
I think the volume, Rupal.
And this was the one takeaway that most people had. So it is to align their business to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. People call them the UN SDGs. There are 17. But if the next time you have a board meeting or just a regular executive meeting or management meeting, bring in a picture of the 17 UN SDGs and see how you align. Or you could ask your employees, which of the 17 UN SDGs speak to us, speak about our business and how we help. I'll explain a little in the video, but I think this is an awesome next step that you can take this month. So the 17 goals are all rolling up behind me. I'll let you take some time to read them all individually. But what I want you to know is they represent the utopia or an ideal world for us. So it would be, for example, no poverty, right? Climate action, there's lots in there. They will speak to your business. Life below water is one of them. And I had a client in the recreational boating industry, and they absolutely picked that one. So you can align your business to 1 or 2 or 3. Some companies do 5. Take a look. See what you think. They can motivate your staff and bring some purpose to things you're already doing at the business. All right, so your homework is nice and simple. Go to the Sustainable Development Goals website, navigate them, grab a PDF of them, send them around to your team or your business, and just have a think about them. You could even go to your competitors or peers pages and see how they're aligned to give you some ideas. There's one more example I'm going to show you, and that's a Canadian business that already aligns themselves to the SDGs. I'll just show you what that looks like. So here it is. So Sun Life, a service-based company, aligns themselves to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 17 SDGs. And you can see they're right there: gender equity, renewable energy, decent work conditions, climate action, health and well-being. So these are the goals that they align to that are larger than life goals. And now when they do things, or they create a sustainability report, or they're tracking metrics, or they have targets or initiatives, they can all align to these very visual and well-recognized tiles on their website. So that's just a visual here. I wanted to show you in real life what it looks like. And again, nothing is perfect, but every step forward matters. A great next step for you and your business is to see which ones speak to you. Well, thanks for watching. I hope this was helpful. I have a next step idea too. So after you're done with the SDGs, the next best step is to see how your company scores on the E, environmental, S, social, and G, governance baseline. So, if there's 17 themes out there, which ones are you doing great and which ones are you kind of forgetting about? And then out of that, which ones matter? Where are the gaps? So step one, definitely inspire people, get into the UN SDGs, figure out which ones speak to you. And then step two can be about getting your baseline across sustainability or ESG. Thanks so much for watching. Hope this was helpful. Stay tuned, another video coming next week, and I hope you're having a great week.
I don't know how many of you followed. You take a look at your own organization. Out of these 17 SDGs, she said about whether your business model is sustainable and is that business model taking care of the climate action, and then how is the energy consumption or energy related action, and how is the governance, which is in terms of fairness and grievance and representation. For example, there are organizations with 10 employees and not a single diversity issue is followed. Completely without women in management kind of. So somewhere you are not taking care of the SDG. And you are a corporate who is making profit, and in your profit, what percentage of profit you have to give for social responsibility? At least 2%. So how are you spending that 2%? Is that 2% profit which is being spent connected to any of the human rights or sustainable development related goals? For example, education is one of the goals. Poverty alleviation is one of the goals. Climate action is one of the goals. So what she says is, this is ESG, but SDG 17 goals, out of those goals, which of the goals you are already accomplishing and accomplishing more? Which of the goals you never opened a scorecard on? Which of the goals which you have just opened a scorecard on? So on all those goals, if you are aligning your operation, then you are doing very well. So aim is to create that utopia in the form of your organization, impacting the world and also impacting within the organization. So that is what that assessment exercise was. How many of you say your organization has at least one sustainable development goal accomplished or aligned to? Very few. At least one. Two. At least two. Three. All? Still, you are saying all because there's women leadership and yeah. Anybody who has got energy audit followed regularly? Symbiosis we have Professor Dhanurkar here, he is one of the leaders in this, in SDG alignment, because waste treatment and so many things, energy audit, yeah. Any other organization which is into energy audit? Okay, as a consumer, how many of you make it a policy to buy products which do not create more waste? How many of you have changed your bulbs into LED bulbs? Very good. So it's a very enlightened crowd, thank you. So this interaction should be sufficient. I'll quickly take you through what is corporate social responsibility. We have a video, but let me tell you in figurative terms. You have to look at long-term goals, and it is about managing your resources with those goals and then taking into consideration sustainability, ethical dimension. Naturally, they will align. When ethics is, we say that law is minimum morality. So an organization which runs ethically, it does not attract the law. None of the compliances you will be in problem. So ethics is that self-limitation in terms of principles of values, morals and good conscience. So corporate ethics have different dimensions, and responsible behavior. In your market related approach also you are cherishing these goals, and it is done sincerely, not an eyewash. That's very important. So that's about corporate social responsibility. If you look at EU commitment in terms of best practice, achieving net zero greenhouse emission by 2050, which is already told, and out of that they want to achieve 50% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels of their CO2 emission. Therefore, they have gone on talking about renewable energy adoption, 32% of energy consumption by renewable sources, and then 40% of renewable electricity by 2030. This is something relevant to India, but India has tried. Now we have in Gujarat, state of Gujarat, there is highest popular approach in terms of rooftop solar suppliers, wall construction in such a way that 4 degrees temperature is less. There are some indigenous construction techniques adopted from Rajasthan in Gujarat, which I've seen with my own eyes in Gujarat National Law School. No air conditioner is required. They have kept air conditioner as a backup. So a lot of such, Infosys company in Pune has a building which is worthy of praise, because I was told that they have water pipes running inside the bricks, plus the bricks are formed in a very special way so that there is no air condition required even in the time of heat wave. So these are going to be the kind of innovation, and that's where investment needs to be made. Lot of innovation which started with India's commitment to Paris Convention came to a standstill due to the business backtrack during COVID-19. So we need to pay attention to that. In terms of international cooperation, EU plays a leading role in diplomacy, in advancing the Paris conference agenda. India also did that. India is party to the International Solar Alliance and the G20 leadership. Now another example between EU and India is Unilever, which is an Indian company, which is in Europe. It is developing the clean products, plant-based alternatives. And Siemens, which is active in India as well, is looking at decarbonization, resource efficiency, and in employability, equity is being followed, which is one of the SDG goals. And then in Europe, in terms of corporate social responsibility, EU is having the EU business network, which is helping in this in terms of corporate sustainability and responsibility. In India, we have a CSR network. Yesterday, I was reading Mr. Arora's interview. He has got a robust data which is talking about how India has been very successful in its CSR agenda. In terms of Tata Power, which is a very significant organization in providing for its CSR funding, in solar powered street lights being installed in various places, solar water pumps being provided to farmers, solar rooftops for schools and healthcare centers as part of its CSR. And then we have Haryali project by the Mahindra Group, which is looking at planting 1 million trees as an agenda. So we have a number of these agenda through the CSR, which shows very good example of both EU and India. Particular examples are much more creative and innovative. But we also have a negative story as far as CSR is concerned in terms of ESG. Using ESG and CSR and sustainability as the face, it engaged in deceitful behavior with the clients. Abraj Group, which was established by a Pakistani businessman, Mr. Naqvi, which had its catchment area in Turkey and other countries in investment. 2 of their projects which are invested in India are Big Basket, which is the greengrocer farm to table kind of concept, which sits very well with sustainability and ESG. And they also funded a couple of other investments like NG wind power platform. But now all of them are under, that investment is under question and it is being investigated. In 2014, the Risk Management Financial Investigation unveiled this. In the Cayman Islands, case was installed, and then the case was separately filed in Dubai and in America, and then finally the man was arrested in England. He was serving the sentence, and then he was shifted to US under the extradition law. Number of cases, if you search Abraj Group, number of cases are seen across the world. So now what is very important is compliance to the financial regulations, compliance to the sincere, decent, honest business, and not to use ESG, CSR and sustainability as deceitful premises to make investors invest and expand your business. He had mixed his personal funds with corporate funds as well. So there was fraud, there was usage of ESG to get investment, and then it was diverted into other purposes, and no proper accounting was given to those who contributed funds, and the man was arrested. So we have very serious approaches being taken, because it attracts other laws as well, criminal laws in terms of money laundering, among other things. Therefore, any product or practice which falsely claims and deceits and misleads to make investors engage in business or others engage in business, even consumers, then it becomes the greenwash. That kind of illegal, unethical business practice is called greenwash. So this is the story of the Abraj group. Therefore, the challenge is such lack of transparency, inclusion, lack of access, unsafe environment for those lawyers and whistleblowers who are trying to defend the cause of sustainability. We need more and more financial support even in the rich countries, and local need fitment. We saw big aspirations, but then when it came to Jabua community, it was the local idea which was having more impact. Therefore, big projects need to have local understanding and indigenizing the sustainable development goals and ESG. So what is the way forward? The way forward is to have a kind of approach which is full of harmony and equilibrium by engaging the community. India's Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is one such approach, and in Europe we have numerous grassroots movement and community initiative, innovation and technology development, and corporate social responsibility being used for this. We have this new directive from Europe coming, which will be implemented by 2027. Still they are deliberating, which is about due diligence in terms of corporate accountability on sustainability, which checks the emission by that very industry or corporate in its functioning. Even an ordinary corporate office can be checking its emission, can be showing how it is responding to reduce this greenhouse gas emission, the risk that may be caused by that business being explicitly stated, and accountability in terms of reporting to the concerned authorities. So we have this, we have given you this link, the stepchange.earth, which is a software which has got different segments of ESG and sustainability reporting. Therefore, today the need is that we need to interlink environment, social governance, sustainable development and corporate social responsibility, so that the common, in the Venn diagram, the intersecting areas are finally looking up to a healthy planet and mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Therefore, now what we are seeing is, day before yesterday's report says that more than 72% of financial institutions, banking and other institutions, investing in, they are very important for business. They are looking at investing in ESG technology. So there is a survey which says that more than $5,000 turnover organizations are already into it in a large number, and less than $5,000 turnover organizations are moving towards it. Therefore, it's very important that you understand the concept, you apply the concept, see its interlinkage, and you learn the approach to that in incorporating into proper funding proposal. With that, I end my conceptual discussion with the examples. There are much more resources. We could do half a day classes on that, or a course also on that. We'll do it in advanced course if you come back to it. But for the time being, I thank you for your rapt attention. If there's any comment or question by anyone, it is welcome. Yes, sir. Yes.
Just enlighten further.
I'm not from the technology background, but I have read about it. Yesterday somebody told me that there is a carbon absorption. There is some Indian Vayu for example. Has anybody come across Vayu technology? Which was, so anybody who has a knowledge can explain about that. So can you give the mic to sir? So Vayu, in online, I just checked that, but I didn't want to go deep into it because I'm not competent in that field. But in America, there are two approaches which are being argued about now. One is the sunscreen, the screen for the greenhouse gas effect in terms of reducing the rise of temperature. The other technology is the Vayu kind of technology. So can you speak, sir?
I'm not sure Vayu is the one that you are representing, which is a local startup which is converting the kitchen wastes to biogas.
Kitchen place?
Kitchen waste to biogas.
Kitchen waste into biogas. That is waste into resource.
Yeah.
But Vayu, this technology that somebody told me was about absorbing the carbon. So one of the ways in which carbon absorption, this Shivam talks about how certain greenhouse gas plants are being used in households. We used to call it mother-in-law's tongue, that sharp plant, which is supposed, it is a cacti variety plant, which is supposed to take carbon dioxide and give out oxygen in photosynthesis also. So, Dhanorkar sir, please.
Madam,
There is one technology coming up which uses algae along with water, and some tanks are installed on various local places strategically, which absorb some carbon from they take as a carbon as a nutrient source and purify the air, and they release oxygen into the air.
So these are biological solutions. Yes. This one and the one I told you all are using that, giving the plants. Sir, one more is a natural sink is the sea. And the sea is getting polluted because of our operations. So that natural sink has to be protected, and the mangroves are another type of natural sink. So natural sinks we already have. But up in the stratosphere, some kind of technological introduction is thought about on the top of the building, on rooftops, etc. That's what I was told about. I didn't read, honestly. But Vayu is the technology that was mentioned, which was also proposed to the government. But somehow, because of the COVID, the attention of the government also went haywire. So now we need to rediscover. Sir, are you from the science field? You are from science. Yeah. So I would request some more research to come in that area if anybody knows in the room to be shared. But I think we are in science also, we are working in different silos. So we may not know how the technology is leaping forward. Maybe this is something that we need to research better. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Ma'am, any comment? Sir, yeah.
Actually, thank you for explaining this in detail. However, I just wanted to comment that law definitely had its part, that is for the governance purpose. However, there is a need at the school level, education level, that is quite essential. Because since independence we have seen, law can get you to a certain extent. But the awareness has to be made, because see, sometimes I'll just explain with the help of example. See, if doctor says that consuming alcohol will kill you eventually, people do ignore it, saying that हम कल थोड़ी मरने वाले हैं, we are going to die, वो तो मरने ही वाले हैं हम लोग सब. But if doctor says you are going to die tomorrow, then the action which people take, it's something extreme. Now we are in a phase where we have to be that blatant to say that the environmental destruction or the changes are so to that extent that we cannot take, Supreme Court, you are referring that development and this issue that both have to go hand in hand. I say that that approach would have been, 20 years before that was quite, apt. But now the situation is so disastrous. Even in the city also we are explaining this kind of flash floods. Because this planners have not taken that kind of effort to even plan the cities and everything. Awareness has to be at the level school itself, because even I will recommend that you are referring about the Kachra depot where you are opposing that. Now I say organize the trips to the Kachra depot from the schools. Don't take them to the hills or somewhere. You show them that what we are doing to the environment. Unless and we are just the trustees of this resources which are consuming, we have our duty to pass it to the generation, and we cannot. I would conclude my argument that Mother Earth can fulfill one's need, all our, but it cannot fulfill one's greed. That is very essential, and that we have to make people to understand. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. What's your good name?
My name is Nach.
And you are?
I am representing an NGO called Seva Vardhini.
Wonderful. So, sir, thank you for this wonderful contribution. I totally agree with you. The climate value has to come in the children. So we went to one school and we asked a simple question such as, how many pens do you buy in a year? And how many bags do you buy in a year? What kind of bags you buy? So now there is an attitude, in the West I saw this attitude. If there is a little crack in the sari or the shirt, discard it. And you go and buy another one. and you don't want to carry this, as if your intrinsic worth is determined by that little stain on the sari or little stain on the bag, that living with minimal, causing least harm. The sentence that you said, need and greed, was by Mahatma Gandhi. So nature herself as a person, nature's own rights and our right to nature, these are all deeper concepts which Indian Supreme Court and tribunals have adopted in some decisions. Quick comments, sir. Yeah. I'll
University, the Center for Waste Resource Management took an initiative with schools, and one good model I would like to mention here, that with the standard 8 students where the midday meal is served, okay, these students have been trained with the technology of accelerated composting developed by Symbiosis Center for Waste Resource Management at SIU. This was taught to the 8 standard students, and since 2017, the waste that was going to dumping yard or with the PMC system, now the 8th standard student, every batch, every year since 2017 is converting that into a very good quality compost, and it has been disseminated to the households. So till date, and the school has become now midday meal waste free school. So that kind of, and students get inculcated into the research perspective, So that is one area where Symbiosis is working.
Brilliant, sir. After Khana, we create so much waste. Yes. Great. Sir, last comment from this session. Yeah. I know you are all provoked and inspired, and you are experienced people. We are enriched by you. So maybe, sir, you also. Quick, we'll keep it short.
No,
yes.
Very short. Yeah. To take forward these...
Your introduction, sir. Your introduction.
I am Dr. Yogesh Pisolkar from Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Viman Nagar. So, I teach environmental management specialization in BBA course.
Right.
So, taking forward these 2 questions, you know, ma'am, that in India and in many South Asian countries, we have a problem of governance. So what they are saying in the education system, how to imbibe, but not only for the children, even up to the senior citizens, it is required. So whether the law will be powerful or the behavioral change by education or by habits, that will be more powerful. What is the way to go forward?
Both are complementary. Law sometimes indicates the social change, or sometimes it initiates the social change. So law is not acting as a sole soldier. It has to act with other forces of social change like movement, organizations, ideology, values, and aware citizens. Thank you.
So we have to go lips and bounds because...
Yeah. No law will evolve unless the public opinion is backing it. So if you read the constitution, it begins with we the people. It's not given by Prime Minister. Don't be under that impression. It is given by people to themselves. So finally, people are the most powerful entity. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, madam. I am Jayan Tillu in Sales and Marketing Exports. It's simple curiosity of mine. You mentioned about the Jhabua project. So just to know for me and maybe for audience, what is the statistics in all over India? Let's talk to India only. How many such Jhabua projects are currently operating or completed? Do we have that type of statistics or
actually,
slides?
even Jhabua was an accidental discovery because Mr. Pratik was there. He is in the people's movement. Pratik, would you know about more projects like Jhabua anywhere else in the country? We know in Symbiosis, Dr. Muzumdar took the initiative. We were running short of water, sir. So 2 months, Lovely Campus Engineering College used to remain closed because of the water scarcity, because it's having 1,500 students. So sir got water experts and he built that, he constructed the Bandhara, which was holding the rainwater and conserving the groundwater table. We don't have water scarcity after that. So such initiatives, but that was a organization driven initiative, but here is popular initiative. It is in ordinary language we call it Shramadhan. In Karnataka we have the concept of Kere. Kere is always considered as the lifeline of the community. So everyone will come dig the this one. Sometimes people used to lose lives also in the crude methods of construction. So it's a commitment to the community cause. Yeah.
My as a marketer, my point is I may be wrong, but in our country, we lack in marketing such events.
Correct.
Like Jhabua.
Yeah.
Now, we are not marketing on a large scale.
Yeah.
It is not going to the school level, showing them, not even college, anywhere, even on the street.
Yes, sir.
So,
Wonderful, sir. We will do that. We will do
I
a
mean, that's
research,
my
and
concern.
I request our management people, and we have some media friends also. We'll make
Absolutely,
them come
absolutely.
to under the university. Maybe Dhanurkar, sir. We'll under the sustainability center. We will see, and then people, leaders like you, can help us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and let's go ahead with the rest of the proceedings.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that excellent and comprehensive primer on climate justice and advancing SDGs and ESG through impactful CSR. We come to the second session of today's workshop, which is case studies on corporate social responsibility in the context of SDGs and ESG. In this regard, our first speaker is Dr. Eric Barucha, Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Environment, Education and Research, Pune. He will be speaking on mapping SDGs and ESG criteria to CSR initiatives and exploring the synergies between corporate objectives, societal needs, and global sustainability targets. Due to the paucity of time, I will give a very brief introduction of Sir so that the House is apprised of him. He's a well-known wildlife photographer. He has traveled and studied Indian national parks and wildlife sanctuaries extensively over the last 4 decades. He is a surgeon by profession. He has a large number of scientific articles in reputed journals. His major publications include the Biodiversity of India textbook on environmental studies for undergraduate courses for University Grants Commission. In 2021, the 3rd edition of his popular textbook on environmental studies has been published for the Ability Enhancement Compulsory Course in Environmental Studies for all the undergraduate courses across the country. So we are very honored to have you with us today, sir. Over to you to discuss this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the organizers for having me here today, but I think they've been here before as well. I think it's very important to get grounded into this. And I had a problem in the last couple of days trying to decide what I should talk about here. There are several SDGs which I've had to deal with, and I had a problem discussing with Shivam, what should I talk about? And finally, I said, well, I could talk about education for sustainable development, which is very much what I do. I could talk about the healthcare because I'm a surgeon. But I said, finally, I'll talk about what I love the most. And that's recreating wilderness. And I thought that's such an important thing because a lot of things that we deal with today, especially from industry, looks at plantation programs and saying, let's green the place. And actually, when you green the place, you sometimes actually have negative impacts on other aspects of greening, which I think is so important. So I'm trying to address today SDG 14 and 15 through CSR processes, which Shivam said I should give a couple of case studies. So I'll try to, in a short time, limit myself to 25 minutes. Okay. So this is something that I think we should look at in a very much more grounded way. We heard about EU, and yes, they've done a fantastic job of looking at such issues. We have got successful stories in India. Somebody mentioned about water management. We've got large number of such projects across India done by local people and very fairly successfully. So let's go to the next slide. So how do you plan for these life below water and life on land? And that's really about managing biological diversity and bringing back naturalness into a certain program that you would like to do. So if you're going to do a plantation program and you're only increasing biomass, that's not biodiversity and that's not SDG 15 and 16. They are related also to SDG 13, which is climate change. And I could have talked about it here, but Shivam is here and Madam is here and they do much more work on climate change than I do. Let's look at 14 and 15 then. So if you look at these things, it's not just about planting trees. It's about recreating wilderness, which we now refer to as bringing about naturalness. So if you look at these pictures on the screen there, I wish we could put off that light. That one. You can see better. So if you look at this, you will find here that there are 4 specific ecosystems on the slide there. There's a forest, there's a wetland, there's a mangrove, and there's a grassland. These are just 4 out of many that I could say will require eco-restoration today. Now, why do we need eco-restoration? We need eco-restoration because we've already destroyed natural ecosystems, and we are trying to reverse the process. So it's something like putting a patient in an ICU now. And somebody rightly pointed out that it's extremely urgent today. So how do we go about doing those processes, and how do you plan for creating eco-restoration? Next, please. So what is eco-restoration? But I think it's equally important, or perhaps more important, to say what is not eco-restoration. So if you want to bring back biological diversity in all its naturalness, and it's a very common word nowadays, then how do you bring this about? It is certainly not a plantation as, let's say, the forest department does. It is not soil and water management as people do for catchment areas. It's not an arboretum or a mix of trees which you can even bring from abroad. So these are not eco-restoration programs. There's a lot of stress nowadays on Miyawaki. But Miyawaki, again, is not a natural ecosystem. You are creating something which is alien to the natural ecosystem in that place. Next, please. So what do we need to look at? How do you plan? If you want to plan eco-restoration, you first need data. And that data gathering is a very important thing. You need data on what has caused the deterioration, why is it degraded. You need to see what the natural ecological status is. And through that, you create a strategy, a long-term strategy. Eco-restoration doesn't come overnight. And you need to look at action points within it, which is what I'll talk about today. So your basic objective should be restoring biological diversity to a certain level that you desire. How far, suppose I give you 100 acres of land and say, let's do an eco-restoration program. To what level of naturalness do you want to bring it about? Can somebody sort of bring up a little bit of guesswork? I think Shivam, you start. Do you want to go back 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years?
200 years.
Shivam says 200 years, and that's going back into British times when they were cutting forests enormously, right? So there is no standard in this, right? So you have to visualize what is it that I want 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. That is the time scale you need to look at for eco-restoration. So looking at ecological reversal becomes a long-term process. And that level of naturalness you want to bring back, is your own vision of what you want. Do you want to bring back into, say, a Pune peripheral area, which perhaps government says, okay, do this, nice greening program. Do you want to bring back tigers there? Do you want to bring back leopards there? So I think you need to understand what your vision is for bringing this into a certain level of naturalness that you expect to happen. Next. So there are 2 basic, I said I'd like to ground you today, right? And there are 2 things that you need to look at an eco-restoration program. These are the tools that you will use. The first is that there are 2 basic streams in this. There are certain things that you have to do off-site. This is very important. Everybody thinks of going on the land and doing something, okay? The other is on-site. Now, both these processes go from the immediate early planning phase onwards. And we can also phase it if we want greater details about this. But the first thing that you need to look at is to study what is it that you want to bring back. So you could say, and that's a very common question that I'm asked, I'm sure it will come back in the end of this program, what are the trees you want to bring back? Okay? So how will you decide on selecting those trees. Shivam sent me a message the other day and I gave him a response to that, right? So I think the first thing that you need to understand is what was that natural ecosystem that you want to bring back. Those are the trees that you would like to plant there. But it's not only trees, it's shrubs, it's climbers, it's ground cover. That is what you want to bring back. So how will you decide on this? Any idea? I'd like to make this much more an interactive process here. As it is, I've got a bad throat.
Ask somebody who was 20 years ago or 40 years ago.
Good point.
Call you. Or call you.
No, please don't call me.
Yeah, so basically if we target like before 20 years what was the state, then I need to talk to persons who lived 20 years before or before that.
What about me? I'm 60 years ago, you can ask me 80 years ago. Anyway, so yes, you can go back and figure that out. That's not good enough, you know. Very often, there are lots of misconceptions in our mind that Pune was full of, let us say, banyan trees. It was actually, right? So this is something that you need to decide. I think the best way to do that very practically is to identify in your own biogeographic climatic zone, what is the closest national park that you have? The core area of that national park tells you the diversity of trees you want to bring back. And you will find that most of the trees, 50% of the trees are only 4 or 5 species. Then there are less common ones and there are some rare ones which you will also want to bring back. So that's trees, shrubs, climbers. Now, once you have that data, where do you get those trees? That's the second question that I'm very often asked. Where do I get those trees from? Forest Department doesn't have them, okay? So there are few places where good nurseries have a certain percentage of these trees, but certainly not all. So in my experience, the 2 or 3 programs that I did like that, I actually first developed a nursery, which took me 3 to 4 years or 5 years before I was able to use those plants. So I think this is very important. You select those local species by collecting the seeds, developing the nursery, growing larger saplings. It's step 1. Now, all this so far is off-site. Now, what is happening on-site? You need to study the soil, you need to study the topography, you need to study hydrology, you need to understand these things. Some of these things, it's nice to have a specific expert to come and tell you how to do this. And from that, you are able to say, is this a feasible project in the first place? And I think that is so important. Many of these projects fail because basically you looked at that land and you said, I've got this piece of land, we'll do this, and it never works. So is this a feasible project becomes a very important part of it. Now, once you have selected that site, you look at soil and water management. If you don't have good soil, reasonably good soil, and you don't have water, your project will fail right from the start, okay? Then you need, very important thing, you need people support, local people support. If you continue to have grazing, you continue to have fire, your project will fail, right? So you need that local support right from day 1. So how do you get about that? You sit with the local community, you talk to them, you bring out their needs and say, you will benefit from this in this way. I think that's extremely crucial. Then there are some very nice techniques, you know. If you bring in larger saplings or seed, which are already 6 or 10 feet, 12 feet high, you get much less browsing from cattle. So whatever you do, you can't totally eliminate cattle from going in there. Please remember this. And you're not able to really fence this except with some live fencing. So this is something that you also need to remember. There is one more thing though. When you do this, what is your final objective in this? One is to bring about biodiversity, right? But the other is to try to see that you will get your flora and fauna back from nature itself. And this is a very crucial thing to try to manage. Next, please. Right. So I'm trying to show you two very quick examples. The picture that you see here is a wetland. And I'm sure all of you at least have heard of it, and some of you may even be there. This is Bharatpur. Very celebrated birdwatching place, right? Is it a natural wetland? Everybody talks about it. Yeah, you have some idea on this. Or maybe
Yeah, you have told me before, so it's not a natural.
Yeah, so Bharatpur is not a natural wetland. It's a created thing by the Maharajas to bring bird life back so that they could shoot them every year in thousands. So that was the objective. So please remember, it's always some objective there that you want. Now what did they do? They took a depression there, which was a sort of grazing land, and they managed it very well by contouring it, built bunds, and left water from the river back into that wetland, and actually managed water levels so that you got different communities of birds at different depths. That was the idea. So it was a managed wetland. But look at the other picture there. The other picture is a small village in Nagaland. It's called Jaluki. It's a Ziliang village. Extremely remote, very difficult to get there by jeep also. And these people there decided that they'd stop tubing in one part of their area. That agriculture will just not happen there. Locally managed. And they involve school students, few college kids that they have. It's a very poor village. And they have created this incredible patch of forest. It's taken them 15 years. They got a big award from UNDP for having done this work. But what did they do? They said, we just leave this alone. They have a small nursery. Nursery is only this big. That area is a huge area. They've done it. But they've protected that area and allowed it to reach it. But please remember, this is Nagaland. Regrowth comes very fast. You do that in the Deccan Plateau here, it will be there like that for years and years. Next. So there are a few terminologies used. I'm not going into details, but reclamation of land is one. Restoration is another word. Reinstatement, I'll give you this, anybody wants this PPT can use it, so I won't go into all these details. There's rehabilitation of land, and there is replacement. Like that wetland that I showed you of Bharatpur is a replacement. It's gone from agricultural land into a wetland. Next, please. Right. What are the social issues there? Who is actually using that land? And this is very site-specific. You need to identify that who is taking something from that land. It may be sustainable, it may be unsustainable. How are you going to reverse that process where that threat and pressure on land? If it is pollution, are you going to be able to reduce the pollution into a wetland? Are you going to be able to reduce the grazing levels by rotation grazing? Something like that. So you need very site-specific management strategies for this. I'm not getting into details today. Next. Right. We talked about this nursery. The one on top there is my own little nursery at Bharati Vidyapit, which we have been able to create a small, well, call it a small biodiversity park, right? All our quadrats and studies on transects and all, now we don't need to take them 40 kilometers to Mulshi, we do them just behind my institute, right? So we are able to do that kind of thing. The other nursery is a mangrove nursery. So that's highly specific and needs very specific areas where you can develop it. So please understand that this nursery technology is a fairly specialized activity, and you have to base it on what you know. For example, if I wanted to do it in the semi-arid Deccan Plateau, in the grassland system, I want grasses to be brought back in the native species that would normally occur there. Otherwise, you'll get grasses there which will die off, and within a short time, they won't be there anymore. Right? So what are the grasses that you want to bring back? What are the herbs you want to bring back? These things, when you look at, it's not, what I want to bring out from this is, don't think only about tree cover. It's much more than that. Next. Okay, we need to monitor and evaluate this, whatever program you have. So within the proposal that you would have to make for CSR, you would say, I expect this to happen in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. It's not easy. You have to go by previous experiences, some of them good, some of them quite bad. But this is something that you need to know. If you are going to invest in this, then the money part comes in. How are you going to manage that money? This is purely economics. And very clearly we know now that you need a sort of curve. You need a initial phase, like which I told you, have a nursery, do data collection. This will need a small amount of money in the lag phase. Then you will need a large amount of money in developing things, soil and water management. Now, once you have covered that for 2 years, 5 years, whatever you think is necessary, then you need a maintenance sort of graph which goes on for quite a long time. And you need something where that follow-up activity can be funded. You need to monitor it. You need to bring back certain things. You might need to remove pollution. You may need to reduce a new threat that has come during that period. So those are kinds of things where making that money financial proposal is very important. Finally, you want to bring about certain specific habitats. This is easier said than done. Do I remove the old trees that are there? Somebody told me recently of old eucalyptus trees. What do I do with them? I'll leave them alone, yaar. ठीक है, अभी है तो तुम्हारा green cover है. But how do I then mix that with something which I bring in gradually? Or do I say, I want to start afresh and remove that eucalyptus? But very important, you need to remove exotic invasive weeds from the beginning. And you have to continue that process right through. You do anything to remove that lantana or in a wetland, the hyacinth, it is going to come back. And you are going to need your financial resource to support that. So please get grounded. I mean, it's very nice to look at that EU big proposal, but get grounded into what you want to do with this CSR money. Next. Right. So how do I know that I'm doing it right? I think this is critical. You know that you are doing it right when you look at three things. You look at the structure of the vegetation you want to bring back, the structure of the ecosystem really. Okay? So you might want ground cover, you may want shrubs, you want undergrowth trees, you want your canopy trees, you may even want emergence, you want climbers, you want absolutely the detritus to be brought back. If you are going to bring that structure back, then you are getting one step closer to what your vision was. The second part of it is what is the composition you want to bring back. And so here you can see each of these things happening in these pictures. And finally, what you want is what you don't see, which is the ecosystem functions that are coming back. I've often been asked this. It's difficult to analyze how much oxygen is produced or how much carbon is sequestrated. I don't think personally, if you're looking at it from the ground level, is this really critical? I'm not very sure, right? It's good for science, okay? But does it help you in trying to do what you're doing? I don't know. But very importantly, is your detritus started functioning? If you open up the leaf mold that is there, have you got humus after, say, 4 or 5 years? This is a good sign, right? Have you got worms and beetles and crawly-wallies walking around there? Yes. If you've got that, you're changing the function of that forest. Are you getting good photosynthesis? But most important, are you getting your insect life, bird life back? When that happens, you know your eco-restoration has succeeded. Takes time. Shivam is doing something with Deccan College. We wonder whether birds are coming back. We wonder whether butterflies are coming back. Well, if you want butterflies to come back, then plant butterfly plants will come back. Right? So this is something that you also need to look at. Next, please. How do I monitor it? I use my school and college students as perfect people for monitoring it. They are honest. They don't create some mumbo jumbo about what there is. They come and tell you, आज असं दिसलं, ते हे असं झालं होतं तिथं, ते पाणी सगळं मोकळंच पडलं होतं. So all those micro-habitat things that you want to create, right? You want to create a pond there, you want to create some bunding for the Nala course. All those micro-habitat aspects that you want to look at must come into your proposal. Next. Right, this is now what you refer to as soil and water management or catchment treatment, right? So when you do this, the temptation is, this was an original grassland. Do I now plant trees here? And I would say no. If you've done that, you've reversed your process of eco-restoration into what is something totally different. So how do I do that? Now you can see what has happened here. By the way, this is a protected area of grassland. And what the forest department has done there is planted a lot of trees, but somehow we convinced them that please leave this little tekdi open for grass. And today we've got chinkaras there, we've got jackals, we've got fox. It's come back as grassland. It's got hell of a lot of grassland birds. And unfortunately from this area we've lost the bustard that they showed us today. By the way, that was not a great Indian bustard, so you might tell madam on that slide. Okay, so this is what you want to look at, right? What is the system I want to create? Next, please. Okay, this is what the Deccan Plateau actually should look like. Patches of babul and open grassland, lot of herbs and ground flora growing there. Now, if I ask somebody that, well, you've got this piece of land, plant babul, he'll say, right? But that is the natural ecosystem of this place. So that's what I mean by, what is it that you want? You want good green cover, you'll get something which is not totally natural, but it's still there, and it's nice, it's got flowering trees, and it's got some, as long as they're not exotic, you're bringing in reasonably local indigenous species, I think you're fine. So don't get into that complete level of saying, well, in Shivaji's time there were only babul forests here. Your 200 years have expanded a bit. So he'll say, let it be, okay? So this is something, but really this is a beautiful landscape. I mean, if you see this, and it's full of life and full of bird life. Next, please. Restoring forest, as I told you, depends on your accuracy of creating the right plantation strategy. So you have to go by how many forest types in India? Anybody? You started learning about that all the way in 7th, 8th standard in school. Forest types? More than 10. 17 to be very large. So you look at Champion and Seth's book, right? And it will tell you for that ecoregion, what are the forest types. And it will tell you the 4 or 5 or 3, 4, 5 dominant species are the following. That's your yardstick. And Champion and Seth did enormous work on this in the 1920s and 30s. And it's still very valid as to what you want to bring out, okay? Also, it tells you what are the rare species. Now, a forest like this takes years and years to come back. But this should be your vision, that after 30, 40 years, I want my forest to look like this, like that. Next. Faunal recolonization is a very, very important indicator of what you have achieved, okay? So now, for example, in this small little patch that I have behind my institute, we've got all this back there. There's an owl which has become permanently there. There are insects, there's butterflies, there's reptiles. It's all come back. So things do come back. It may take time, but they come back. Next. Restoring wetlands, coastal areas is a very critical thing. Now, many times, and I'll show you that in a small case study, wetlands tend to reverse. So you do some activity, you bring the wetland back to a certain level of naturalness, 20 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line, it goes back. because you have not been able to remove the cause of that degradation. So if you had a polluted wetland and you don't remove the influx of sewage or chemical pollution coming in, then it's going to reverse irrespective of what you do, right? Hyacinth will come back. Ipomia on the edge will come back. So you need to be able to monitor and deal with that time by time. The next thing is this mangrove business. People love this coastal mangrove plantation. They don't realize that along with the mangrove, you need mangrove associate plants, which is a much larger list than the mangroves themselves. The second is that in a coastal area, if you want biodiversity to come back, it's not only about mangroves. It's about things like mud banks. It's about things like salt marshes. It's the splash zone of the sea which the tide covers. So all those minor things you have to look at in terms of micro habitats. Next. Right. Now, what you need to look at is when I'm going to do this, what is likely to happen? Now, this you get from previous experience. You'll never get this the first time around. So this previous experience tells you that, well, I did this last time, but this was a potential risk and I lost out. So once you do several of these kind of eco-restoration things, or you actually look at models that others have created, then you get an idea. I'm often asked this, 10 वर्षानंतर काय दिसणार इथं? So how do I answer that question? Right? These are things which are very vague, but you need to be able to understand that don't give a glorious picture to a person who's funding you, because then he comes back and tell you, "Arey, tumhi sangitla asं होणार आहे and nothing has happened here." So I think we have to be very careful about how you keep grounded in what you want. Tell people that if you are going to do a real eco-restoration program, it's not about planting eucalyptus and gliricidia and subabul. It's about recreating natural ecosystems. That takes time. Next. 3 quick case studies. How much more time do I have? I finished my time. But Shivam wants case studies. Okay, very, very quickly. This is Telco Lake, which Sumant Mulgaonkar made in the 1960s when he started Telco. And you find now here that kind of a nursery which is in big drums, which he planted the trees out there. And today he's got a wetland, and today it's one of our nicest breeding colony of storks. Next. Okay, this is my own thing. 97, I started doing this activity. You can see the first picture. 2000, that's what it looked like, and now it's a full canopy. Now, some very interesting things happened. Like there were a lot of bay trees there. As soon as I got the other trees growing, the bay died. Never anticipated this. You know, you learn as you go along. This is what happens. I've got this full canopy now, and the older trees that were there have begun to, by themselves, fall down. It's 30 years now. Okay, next. Very important, nursery technology, learning nursery technology for endangered or endemic species. It's also a risk, right? You fidget around with an endemic species or an endangered species, and you bring the seed material and it doesn't do well. It's not environmentally conscious. Next. Right, so this is what has come back in our nature trail. Next. Just quickly run through. Okay, this is Tata Power's eco-restoration program that I initiated with them, 30 years ago. It's below the Walwad Dam. You all can really go and see this, because today it has become like a natural forest. And very interestingly, about a month ago, they told me there's a sambar there. Now, where did this sambar come from? This is very interesting. Birds have come back and porcupines have come back, the jackals, a couple of jungle cats. So it's come back, right? But it took 30 years. And there's this beautiful different structure that you can see there. The composition is from 40 species of local trees that we brought up in the Tata's nursery. They also, of course, have a Masir program there which breeds fish. Next. So this is what's come back. You have barking deer and there's jungle fowl and so on. And what do we use it for? I think this is a very important thing. You do a program like this, you must find the right uses for it. So for example, at the Tata's program, we take school kids there, we take college kids there, we show them how to do transects, quadrats, whatever. So this is something that you must have. Use it for the right purpose. Next. Somebody mentioned grassland and solar power. In the next few years, solar power is going to become a huge impact on biological diversity of grassland. See, so far we were saying industry causes pollution, so you have to manage that, or planting eucalyptus trees was a problem because it depleted groundwater and so on. Now we are saying we want both the things. We want climate change to be addressed by solar power, but we want our biodiversity of grassland. How do I balance that? And there is no one answer to that. I think you take the most important grassland patches, identify them, notify them as ecologically sensitive areas, and say, solar power everywhere else, but not here. I think that is the way to look at it today. It's difficult. There's no legal way of doing that. But I'll show you what we did at Neemuch. Neemuch is a Tata solar plant in the Rajasthan Madhya Pradesh border. Very semi-arid. When I first went back there, outside the Neemuch plant, it was virtually desertified. But then you open this big gate there, and then the grass is this high. And I said, what do you all do with this grass? They said, oh, grass is a big impact for us. It's a fire hazard. So I said, what do you do? No, they take it away, right? I said, but why haven't you created that into a CSR activity? And they said, oh, that's a very great idea. So today it's being used. And very interesting, when I went and met the local panchayat leaders, padas, they're small padas. They actually market a lot of milk now. And they had stacks and stacks of grass. And they said, oh, we've never had as much grass as we now get from Tatas. And what we have done there is change the grass mix. And very interestingly, we've got birds back there in the solar plant. We've got, you can see that my field worker doing quadrat studies. And we've got a small patch there where we created a marsh. Everything has come back. It didn't take long, it took 3 years. So very beautifully you brought it back. Last year, the local chowkidar of the Tata sent us photographs of 2 Saras cranes with a chick in the solar plant. This was such a huge surprise. But what I felt nice was that fellow remembered that Dr. Saab aate the, unko ye photo bhej dena. So this is something where you have created the ability to be able to do things with all sorts of stakeholders. And I think that's very important. Next. Finally, this is our prize one to start with and failure one to end with. What do I tell you about this? In the 1970s, I used to go there with Dr. Salim Ali doing bird watching. And it was full of bird life. Then this whole Ramwadi, whatever it's called, no? Society came in, and there was a lot of debris coming in there. And within the 5 or 7 years, the whole Pashad had got silted up. Praveen Pardeshi was that time the commissioner, and he said, tell me something, what do we do with this dock? And I said, well, you'll have to desilt it. And people said, oh, desilt, but what about... So I said, if you want water from that lake, you'll have to desilt it. 80% of that silt was construction material. And that's what we removed. And around 6 months, 1 year later, Praveen phoned me one day and said, Doc, what am I supposed to do with all these tons and tons of silt that are coming out, truckloads every day? And I said, you're the commissioner, you find a place to dump it. And he said, but we have no place to dump the silt. So I said, why don't you just create 2 islands there? Because islands in a wetland are very important for bird life. And sure enough, we started getting nesting storks, ibis, spoonbills, a large number of cormorants, everything coming out. Why cormorants? Fish-eating birds, and the fisheries department releases tilapia, which is a terrible thing to do, but they're there, so the cormorants are there. So a whole change occurred in this, quickly passed through them. Okay, so this is one different phases that we noticed in how restoration actually occurred. Next. So this is the restoration in progress. This is what happened there. Next. And finally, you have a very rich ecosystem coming back. Now, 10 years down the line, what happens? You start getting a reversal of that process. That's why I told you when you do the economics of something like that, think of 10 years later or 15 years later, depending on what you're doing, right? Next. So here you can see the restoration process going on. We saved whatever there was, and you can see that old village which has now become urbanized. Next. So this is what we were able to do. So this is really ground level activity. This is actually work. It's nice to make very big policy decisions, but when it comes to actual implementation, this is what you need to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very educating and practical case studies that you have discussed about ecosystem restoration as CSR initiatives. For our next session on the practicum on writing effective CSR proposals with focus on ESG, we have Dr. Rajeshri Joshi, Program Director of BAIF Development Research Foundation. She will be discussing and decoding CSR, ESG and SDG based on insights from work through BAIF Development Research Foundation. Dr. Rajeshri Joshi is a Program Director at BAIF Development Research. Just to appraise the house of your contributions, ma'am. BAIF is a reputed Indian NGO that is committed to sustainable rural development in India since the past 5 decades. Dr. Rajeshri has been for the past 30 years passionately working in development sector as a practitioner. She has been involved in field implementation of many diverse interdisciplinary development programs in the emerging areas of development like natural resource management, climate action, participatory agro-biodiversity conservation and revival, to name a few. She has actively been engaged in climate actions through BAIF, being a member of Apex Climate Action Committee, and has vast experience in planning and conceptualizing actions to reduce climate vulnerability, gender integration, and also focusing on nutrition-sensitive food system initiatives. So we are very honored to have you here with us, ma'am. I'd like to welcome you to deliver your address.
It's just like this now. Okay. Yeah, so very good afternoon. And I know actually my time is like I'm coming between lunch and this session. So I will try to be very brief. And so thank you very much, ma'am, for inviting me here. And I would like to thank the entire team at Symbiosis Law School. Also Professor Lasya, Professor Shashikala Gurpur, Dr. Bharucha, who has been my mentor also, and we have been learning a lot from him. And finally, Shivam, who is in touch with me, and this time I could make it, although we were in touch last time I could not go. So what I have done is, I can see the diverse kind of audience that is here, and I think that is the well beginning, because the problem that we are going to talk about, or we have been talking about since today morning, is quite complex. And the problem is also multidimensional. And that is why this requires, I think, the different people having diverse background to come together and form partnership, forge partnerships, and also this requires harmonization of policies. The kind of climate justice that we are talking about and the legal framework that is there in India, and we have also seen in European Union. So what I will be doing is based on BAIF's work. What I have, the topic I have chosen is decoding CSR, ESG and SDGs. Also I have added NDCs. because I think there is a continuum. All of this needs to be seen as a continuum, and there is lot of interconnectedness between all of these. So let us go to next. So I will try to give a context. So let us reflect on why all of a sudden there is growing discussion on SDGs. You know, United Nations has given, earlier there was Millennium Development Goals, now people are talking about Sustainable Development Goals after 2015. Why people are all of a sudden talking about ESG, which is environment and social governance, and which is mandate given for listed companies by SEBI also. There is compulsory disclosure that is mandated to all the companies, okay? And then there is a discussion of NDCs. So nationally determined contributions. Every country, like we discussed about, you know, now nobody can work in silos, and it is a country framework that is there. And lot of regional forums are there, including UNCCD, which is for desertification, UNFCCC, which is United Nations Framework for Climate Change. Also there is UNCBD, which is United Nations Framework for Biodiversity. So why UN is working to bring together all the countries, whether it is North, Global South, and that is because I think we are going through a different phase where we are faced with 3 C's. Which are these 3 C's? One, you know, is climate change, right? I think today we discussed about climate justice. So whether we like it or not, this is given now. It is irreparable damage that we have created, and I think we are facing the consequences. So climate change is here, it is going to stay, and that is a threat emerging, having power to jeopardize all our earlier efforts. So that is first C. Second is conflicts. I think when we are talking about countries, now the Russia and Ukraine war is there. There are so many conflicts that are there. We discussed about just transition. We discussed about climate justice. We discussed about North versus South. So these are the conflicts, you know, within country also there are so many conflicts. And this is bound to happen. I mean, although there is a political economy and these things are not in our control. Yeah. So conflict is another thing. And third thing, which was a shock again for us, was COVID. So COVID has again made us think about the type of food system that we should have, type of development that we have, type of, you know, the kind of market that we have, type of supply chains that we have. So I think these are the 3 C's that we are going through. And that is one of the contexts. And all of that, there could be many other shocks and drivers, but all of these making us necessary to introduce shifts in policies and programs. So we seen in Madam's presentation about European Union Green Deal. Now look and reflect upon the response by India. You know, COPs, we have been participating in COP. Recently, I also went in COP27, and we could see all the countries are coming together for common future. So they are discussing about common future. It is not the future of India, because I think globalization is there, privatization is there. Now our economy is dependent on oil import. You know, there are many countries who have been affected. Recently, I went to Nairobi, and all those these African unions, they are going through this phase of, you know, the war in Russia and Ukraine, which has affected their economy, plus drought. So climate change. So all of this is a common future, and that is why I think there is a necessary context. Now, within that, who are the players now? Who needs to play important role? And I think today we are going to discuss about CSR, which is corporate social responsibility. We are here to discuss about ESG, which is environment and social governance. And that ESG is mandated for whom? It is for private sector again. So one growing realization is that NGOs, government, people, citizens, they are also fine. Or even the countries of parties we are discussing about. But private sector also have to play very important role. Because when we are talking about net zero shifts or transition, I think one of the important sector we are talking about is manufacturing, logistics, supply chain, transportation. So all of, because net zero doesn't only talk about agriculture. Agriculture is one sector, but there are so many other sectors. So India will not be able to meet its contribution kind of commitments unless we bring into our fold the private sector. And that is something is a larger context, and private sector, we have to look how they can play important role. So that is one thing. Now, what way the policy scenario is changing? So when this, once it is understood the private sector are equally important, now we need to work with them. They can be mandated with certain commitments. The first thing that was introduced was, like earlier there was Tata Trust we used to work, but that was under philanthropy, right? Tata Trust has a values, Tata family has values. Like Tata, there were others also, many Gandhian kind of organization, including Birla's, Bajaj, they all were working, even with BIF. BIF was registered in 1967. The earlier projects of BIF were supported by Tata Trust, but that was under philanthropy. Now, the corporate social responsibility term was coined, and it was introduced in 2013. So, under that, it was mandated that the companies having net worth of 500 crore or turnover of 1000 crore or net profit for last 3 years more than 5 crore have to commit 2% of their profit for the cause of social responsibility. So that is the Companies Act. It is again a policy framework. So that is one kind of reality. The second reality is increasingly now SEBI, under which 1,000 listed companies are there. So all those companies have been mandated to use this ESG framework. And it is not only for Indian companies, it is for multinationals, it is also for foreign companies, and that is across globe, everybody is talking about ESG. Now, what is this ESG? I think Madam also showed in her slides how SDGs are linked to ESG. So, when we are talking about ESGs, there are certain commitments, actions expected out of companies or private sector under environment, under social, and under governance front. So, under each of that, there are certain actions that are expected. Now, let me tell you, out of these, except social and environment, where companies can also look into neighborhoods, companies can work with NGOs, companies can have some kind of commitment for society at a large. Governance is something which is internal to those companies. The processes they follow, the disclosures that they have, the kind of labor rights that they have, governance mechanisms that they have. So this is something internal. Overall ESG is linked to investment decisions by a company, plus their sustainability. So I think this is last 5-6 years we have been talking about sustainability. Now there are so many workshops and it is very not so well understood. Sustainability. And what is a sustainability commitment? Now, companies talk to any CEO of company, board members of company, they will talk about sustainability reporting. You know, they will talk about the compliances. They will talk about CSR. CSR is just 2%, but ESG is a large mandate that companies have, and it is directly linked to their investment decisions. And why sustainability? Because everyone has realized the planet's boundaries now. Okay, so sustainability is not possible if you are not taking care of water. Sustainability of business is not possible if you are not taking care of people who are, you know, around your plant locations. There may be conflicts in future. So I think this has direct implications and repercussions on the businesses of private sector, and that is why, again, it makes sense for private sector to think about ESG framework. So this is the kind of another reality. Third reality is, like we all understood, ESG framework is there, very well defined. It covers environmental aspects like companies' impact on environment. So earlier they were doing away, you know, the mining industries. They were least bothered. Now Vedanta, they have to think how much they will invest, how they will work, what they will do for the people who have been displaced, how they will be rehabilitated, what Coca-Cola, they have to think what they will do for replenishment of water, groundwater recharge. So the thing is, it is again linked to their businesses, and also it is a responsibility towards the environment. Now the second is biodiversity. Now there are so many companies who are working. Syngenta is working in hybrid seeds, but they are also investing in programs on the biodiversity, because the seed is their main business, and the new seeds will come only when they have a large germplasm of seeds. So those are the kind of interlinkages. Social aspects are something where labor rights, human rights, employees welfare, this is very, very necessary, and social impact, on the surroundings. And third thing is governance. As I said, governance is something which is internal to company, and all of these, they have, board members have to take a call. There is a ESG is handled directly by their board members, not a ESG manager. Entire board has to think what way they will address the sustainability. And the next, so I spoke about one is CSR, second I spoke about ESG, and third thing is under CSR, there is Schedule 7 of Companies Act. And in those Schedule 7 also, there are listed activities which they have to take up. In case they are going to call it CSR, and they have to have a disclosure also, it's mandated reporting, financial reporting and physical reporting has to be there at the end of every financial year. And they have to choose any one of these areas. Now, if you look at this list also, this aligns well with our SDGs. Take for example, eradicating hunger, poverty and malnutrition. This is one area they have identified. Take for example, one of the area they have identified is rural development, or they have identified protection of national heritage kind of thing. So all of these, if you align with SDGs, it aligns well with SDGs, right? So that's the kind of thing. Now these are NDCs. Now this is the fourth one I am talking, another context. Every country has been mandated to declare their contribution to overall global goals related to climate change. And these global goals are kind of for everyone. It is not only for developed countries, for everyone. And even India has not been spared. Certain things we can say no, but certain things we have to take up, and that includes net zero commitment. Maybe we can say by 2050 or 2070, but that doesn't mean कि India को माफ कर दो. Everyone has to give commitments. Now, pathways and programs and activities they can choose. What way India can bring about net zero or emission reduction, that India has developed its own framework. For example, for net zero commitment, the India has declared 8 missions. If you see, all India level, there is solar mission, sustainable agriculture mission. There are so many missions that India has developed, and that is one of the policy framework that is there. So these are some of the NDCs that are there, and these are national priorities, these are international priorities, and therefore all our policy makers, all our bureaucrats, all our these elected members, they have to align programs, investment, budgets towards this. Now these are UN SDGs, we all have seen 17, and these UN SDGs also, you will see consistency amongst all of these, the NDCs that are there, the SDGs that are there, and the Schedule 7 activities that are there. So that's the kind of context. Now, what private players, corporate NGOs can do to ensure sustainability. Now, this is the context. So now, what are the activities that will be eligible for any fundraising? So we are going to talk about the good proposal, right? So I think Dr. Bharucha just spoke about land restoration. That is the most win-win-win, right? For private sector also it makes sense, for NGOs it makes sense, for communities it makes sense, because everyone is getting something, right? And it is also addresses long-term sustainability. So I think we have to pick and choose such activities which are win-win-win, and then I think those activities will be eligible for CSR funding. those activities will be eligible under sustainability funding and ESG mandate, and also which are beneficial for communities. Now, this is, okay, so this is little bit taking now, I will take another 10 minutes. So about BIAF, so BIAF is a NGO committed for sustainable rural development, and when we are saying sustainable rural development, whatever we are doing is for economic well-being, but also going hand in hand with ecosystem well-being. So economic well-being should not be at the cost of nature. That is the kind of programs that we have. And we are partnering with almost 89 different corporates, including PSUs, FMCGs, banking, IT. So many corporates are there who are partnering. So I will just give you an example how we are facilitating win-win-win. Now these are the societal issues which are bothering all. Private sector, NGOs and communities. Like climate change is there, human health, now COVID, now malnutrition is being discussed. It's not only malnutrition means undernourishment. There is a problem of obesity also, right? The industrial agriculture that is there, whether food that we are eating is sustainable or not, whether it is safe or not, whether it is pesticide are there. Now food and water security. We are all not sure about water. Now climate change is here. The onset of monsoon has been delayed. So we are not sure now. Bombay also they are calling tankers, which I never heard. I am from Bombay, which I never heard. But this year they had to call tankers. Natural disasters that are there, sudden extreme events and biodiversity loss. I think the kind of India is blessed with lot of biodiversity, but these problems have repercussions on the food we eat, the health that we will have, the businesses that we will have, and many other things. No, so now what we are trying to do is what language, narratives people are using. And these are across all. International forum, they will talk of this. Our policies program, they will talk of this. Prime Minister's speech, he will talk about it. Whether it is NGOs, whether it is any forums, and schools also, I do agree that children also should be sensitized. So people are increasingly talking about nature-based solutions or nature-positive solutions. So such programs will have traction under CSR, under ESG sustainability. So basically where we are taking care of nature, we are protecting nature, or you are ensuring sustainable use of natural resources. Now another program which is very, very important is climate change adaptation and mitigation. Now these two responses are different. Adaptation is where we are assuming that climate change is going to be there and we have to adapt with it, right? So we have to do something so that vulnerability is reduced of communities. So insurance will be there, correct? So so now there are what kind of partnership? Now there is an insurance company, suppose HDFC has some insurance product. So they would be interested in working with us on climate change adaptation. Because one of the strategies of climate change adaptation is safety nets, right? Building a kind of insurance or blanket around the vulnerability communities. So there is a win-win, right? So those proposals will attract. Mitigation. Now there are mitigation by way of renewable energy, there could be mitigation by way of carbon offset or carbon sequestration, right? So companies have, under ESG, they have mandate and they have sustainability policies. Suppose many of the companies nowadays, if you go to their website, there are sustainable reports that are there mandated by SEBI. So they will say, ki, HUF, suppose, they have said, ki, I want to offset carbon through by 2030 and some CER they will declare. It will be there on their website. Now that is their mandate, so how best you can work there with them for offsetting their carbon? Or like there could be water. Now they will say, I want to be water positive by 2030. And for water positivity, I am consuming this much amount of water. So to become water positive, I will need 50 MCM water. And I will take up those CSR program which will help me contribute to my water neutrality target, right? So now they are clear cut. They are contributing negatively to environment because they are extracting water for their industries, which is लगता है उनको. You cannot say stop all industries, right? But only thing is that for sustainability they should replenish. They should ensure there is a recharge that happens, and for that somewhere they are recharging that water, and water positive development they are ensuring so that the offset happens. So there is a win-win, right? It is benefiting community, it is benefiting industry. So I think such programs, whether it is water body rejuvenation, whether it is climate smart agriculture, now we have so many partnerships who are coming for carbon credits. They are saying we have declared so much of carbon credits. We have declared so much of amount of carbon offset. So we have to give them now program which kind of proposal. If we tell them, oh, we are very good at plantation program, it will not ring the bell. If we say, suppose we 1,000 families and 1,000 hectares of Wadi program, which is a famous program of BIF, and through that 1 hectare of Wadi will lead to 23 tons of carbon emission reduction, CER, right? And then they will say, okay, 1,000, which means 23 multiplied by 1,000, so that much of carbon value, I am talking in quantitative terms, that much of carbon value they will be able to offset, show as offset, right? And that is very well accepted in internationally also. So these are the things. Now nature-based solution, another thing is regenerative agriculture. Now there are many companies who are talking about safe food, diverse food, dietary diversity, climate proofing of supply chain. The other day I went to Delhi meeting, Gates Foundation. That meeting was only how to climate proof the supply chains. And please understand the supply chains, lot of carbon, climate negative things they are using, use of plastic for wrapping, boxes for wrapping, they are transporting grofer, like we just discussed grofer and all, they are bringing from some far off distances and they are giving fruits to us. So it is in the logistics itself, so much of carbon footprint is there. So this is a very important area they have identified, and if you can do something, whether you can introduce solar instead of electrical energy, if you can introduce solar for your supply chain, can you introduce a biodegradable plastics? So I think it gives you ample opportunities for innovations, for technology solutions, right, for investment. So those are the kind of thing people are talking this language. And there were people from PepsiCo, there were people from ITC, so they are interested. The other day I went to Mumbai to give Environment Day session on DHL or Blue Dart. And then there I discussed can we do something so that our supply chain or logistics becomes a nature positive. And then we discussed about biodegradable plastics using seaweeds. Now seaweed is considered as weed, but it can have a circularity, right? It can be repurposed, it can be reused. So that is one example which is win-win. Right? For DHL, if we come out with biodegradable plastic, they will be shown as it is an international thing. They will be shown as positive, nature positive, and it will impact their business also. Now last few slides, solar, I am talking about lot of scope for harnessing the solar power for emission reduction. Enterprise promotion, now these things also make sense for banking like CSR. Now we are working with some of the banking CSRs and who are interested in enterprise promotion. Now why would they interested in skilling and enterprise promotion? Because when you invest in skilling, when you invest in enterprise promotion, there will be demand for finance. There would be entrepreneurs who would need finance, and they are the people who are in finance, right? Suppose it is L&T Finance, suppose it is Kotak Finance. So they would be interested in partnering. So that type of proposal if you give, it will make sense for them, because indirectly, it is not allowed actually, but indirectly they link their CSR with their business. So those are the kind of thing. Now water governance, this is one example. We are partnering with ITC, Hindustan Unilever, ACG Care. They all are working about water stewardship. Now, when it comes to water stewardship, I think that is their mandate under sustainability, ESG and CSR, and that way many of such projects for our water we can have. Now, ITC, one example I will give, just last two slides. ITC, one group, Earlier, when they started, they have been there in the philanthropy and also CSR earlier also. So earlier their portfolio was ITC e-Chopal, afforestation program. It is still there. But now looking at the need for in their business vertical, now they are collecting lot of commodities. ITC is there in a lot of commodities. Suppose they want tur dal or they want tobacco. Yeah, so for those tobacco farmers, their business is at a stake because the tobacco or the tur dal is not organic, water is not there, climate change effects are there. They are not sure whether they will be able to procure that much of quantity of tur dal from that region. So it is directly linked to their business. So when we are talking on Climate Smart Village program, it rings bell, right? So those type of proposals will kind of where partnership is possible. So these are some of the tricks. I am just not tricks actually. It is necessary also for people and planet and prosperity, of course. So these are corporate partners. Last slide, responsible business. So what essence we are talking about is now the time is ripe enough when we can look at businesses or private sector as partners. There is a policy framework, program framework, where businesses are to be identified as equal partners for bringing about sustainable development. And this is, thank you. So this is the overarching framework, and this is mandate is there for every one of us. As Madam was also saying, not only manufacturers, but also we as a consumers. How can we become a conscious consumer? Okay, so that will dictate the type of society, the type of development that a country like India will have, and the sustainable development, the path will be decided by all of us, not only one like government. So onus is not only on government, but all of us, whether you are academician, whether you are student, whether you are researcher, whether you are technology developer, innovator, or startup, or whether you are someone working on policy framework. Because I think it is, as I said, it is multidimensional and it is quite complex and comprehensive, and that is why it will lead a multi-pronged kind of approach. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your insights from your work at BEF, and thank you for sharing that with us. To quickly discuss with us about a few examples of successful CSR projects aligned with SDGs and ESG principles, we have with us Mr. Shivam Singh, founder and CEO of ExploreiT and National Coordinator for Youth of the Climate Reality Project, South Asia and India.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm not going to give the presentation or I'm not going to share some knowledge. I'm just sharing stories, right? Can we have the presentation? Okay, so before we start, so NGOs are here. I would like to ask if any of you would like to answer this. What is the biggest hurdle that you see when you maybe request for funds from corporates? What is that one biggest problem that you face? Area, location, yeah. Another one? Contact person, yes. Anything else? Maybe competitiveness, because there are a lot of NGOs requesting for funds. A CSR manager is one of the most busiest person in a corporate company, because, right? Yeah, expectations. Expectation management is something which is very hard, right? So this is today. I wear multiple hats in which we have recently launched our Climate Troopers program, which is a non-for-profit, our volunteering and in the segment for ExploreiT. Not working though. Yeah. So yeah, there's this constant question which comes to our mind that if bad people, they can come and they can create a group of, I'll say, cartels, they can create a gang. Why can't good people come and create a nexus, right? So I don't know if you have heard of Mr. Anil Swarup, but he runs an organization called Nexus of Good, right? So something on the similar front, we have a Climate Troopers program, which is to enable every single volunteer into a warrior so that they can fight their own battle to save the planet. And again, I say, Save the planet may not be the exact word, because we are all I'll say selfish, because planet will be there. We may or may not be there, but planet is going to be there. So always remember that it's a fight for our own survival and not the fight to save the earth. So these are some guiding themes, and some of our partners who we have worked before. Yeah, so before I talk to you about this, some examples, there is one thing what I have felt, what Dhanurkar sir rightly mentioned, is about expectation management. I mean, you would like to request fund to greenify the buildings or to greenify the area, but that may not be the objective of the company. A company would like to spend money in their own vicinity. That is one thing, right? There's no written law. People do quote this, that there's a written law that they have to spend it in their 10 kilometers and 5 kilometer radius. There is no law as such. They say immediate surrounding, right? So the moment you are putting a carbon dioxide in the air, the entire world becomes a recipient to that. So, but still, I mean, we have to make sure that whatever we are proposing should be in sync with their expectation. Right? So that is one thing, expectation management. Second thing, in sync with their objectives. Again, understand that a company is a for-profit organization. They will fund CSR only if they're running into profits. So we all have to make sure that we align and we make sure that it's a complementary process. Again, not suggesting that it should be a parallel branding exercise for them. That will be something which will be a bit unethical on their part as well, but making sure that it is something which is motivating them, right? So this is one project which we did with ICICI Foundation in B district. 100 villages, rainwater harvesting done. A family used to get around 40 to 50 liters per family per day, which as per the letter from the CEO, Jila Panchayat, not a single tanker was bought in this year. So which was a huge accomplishment for the work that we did. And SDG 6 was aligned with it, but again, one thing which when we went for post-assessment survey, they said that the biggest achievement for us is that हमारे गांव में लोग शादियां करने लगे, right? So that is one environmental part where you are not taking tankers, you're enabling more water, but at the same part, you also look at the social aspect of it. So apart from that, we also did the rainwater harvesting for 75 buildings of PMC. We were consulting them with our mentor, Colonel Sashikant Dalvi. Yeah. Now this project started as bring back bees, but when we approached the corporation that we would like to make sure that these whatever corporation parks we have, they should have considerable bee population which is declining, they rejected the proposal. So an alternate route was very simple, just change the name of the project, we changed it to Bring Back Butterflies. Nothing, we didn't change a single plant in the proposal, not a single plant, only the name. And I'm glad to say that we have almost done 52 butterfly habitat plantation. And thanks to all the green campuses which are over here, we are enabling that every campus should have 5 butterfly gardens in their vicinity. And this was project 8. Again, as sir mentioned, that we are doing a plantation. In fact, the tree certificates that we offered it to all the guests today, it was part of our plantation project in Deccan College. Again, first we analyzed something what sir mentioned as the off-site research. We analyzed that what was before 200 years, that was our benchmark for this project. And then we did a typical heterogeneous plantation. We planted everything in one go, all the native trees only. And we are trying to see how many of them are surviving. So based on our 1 year experience, we are reviving the strategy to do it. But let me tell you that we have seen an enormous result. And butterflies are back. On a very small tree, we also saw a small nest. So I'm not sure how, again, this is just 1 year. But yeah, so project 8 is majorly targeted at trees to human ratio. We know that we need 7 to 8 trees per person only for our oxygen requirement. So we are making sure that the corporates commit that every employee in the company has 8 trees to their name. Now the biggest problem what others will face is that, again, as ma'am mentioned, that where to plant, because even if you'll plant the trees, how will it sustain? do we all remember in 2018 or 19, Maharashtra government planted 5 crore trees, right? You show me 15 trees in Pune. You show me 15 trees and maybe nothing happens because maintenance was never carried out. The sustainability of sustainable projects were never mapped. So the idea is, now we identified the safest site for us was, the first site that we did was jail, Yeroda jail. They have, again, the open prison has almost 200 acres of land. We planted it there. Second, green campuses, Deccan College, 125 acres. We did plantation there. Next phase, we are putting all cantonment boards, the army headquarters over here, the Dunkirk lines over here, because two things. One, you get the space, but you get people who will manage it. I mean, in the army headquarters, they appoint person. I mean, almost 40 people are watering plants every day, when it's not raining, obviously. So that is the critical part. You have to convince the corporate that it is going to sustain. And this one, yeah, waterless urinal. I mean, we presented a proposal to the PMC in July 2022. So this is our first year anniversary. And they haven't done anything on that front because, I don't know, maybe they are busy in some other activities. But the idea was very simple. People are scared to use a public toilet. Why? Because it stinks. How will you remove stink? The moment you remove water. If it's a waterless urinal, you are going to get a odor-free urinal. Now, there are so many technologies. Again, these airports are putting inside their campus, in their airports. Some big corporates are also doing it. All membrane-based. They say that it's a European technology, it's a US technology. But the most desi product is from Delhi. It's from an alumnus from IIT Delhi. It's called Zero Door, which also caters to the Indian problems. Because in membrane-based, they are not prone to gutka. They are not prone to chewing gums. And Indians do that, right? So this product is majorly targeted towards zero maintenance. We don't need a person to clean it all the time. We just need a daily maintenance as usual. But no one is required to change the membrane for at least 10 years. So this is, and we have done it in the Joggers Park over here in Vimannagar. And we did it and we went away from there. And after a month, the Senior Citizen Forum called us for felicitation and said that our seniors who were not able to use the public parks because most of them are diabetic and they need to use the toilet. So they just have to stay there for half an hour. Now they can stay back because now it's not stinking and they can use it. So, yeah, I mean, that's it. So the idea is, what I'm trying to say is that expectation management is in sync with them, but at the same time making sure that our impact and the piousness of the entire project is not hampered. Green campuses, best place for us to showcase any product or any idea because they are the living laboratories. If you do it in a school or a college, that's the best place where you can showcase that if it is successful over here, it is going to be, I mean, it's very easy for us to replicate, right? The energy is very less over there. So that's it from my side, and this is an amazing code that I found recently. I'm not sure, maybe you have seen it before, but I would like you to read it once or maybe read it twice because it's such a beautiful code, because that word empathy, which is missing in majority of the proposals, that is something. And what climate justice is all based on empathy. If you need your students to be a climate leader, you have to teach them empathy. The moment you have empathy, they will understand that they have a responsibility towards the planet, right? So that's it from my side. I'll just quickly take one or two questions. I'll initiate the discussion before handing it over to Mandarji for the last session. And also we have cut down our 2 activities. We have converted them into an assignment mode, which we'll be emailing to you. So that since we are running late, we'll just have one last session for Mandarji, and then the site visit will be as planned, as per the schedule. So I'll invite Satyaji to intervene over here on the topic of, again, expectation management with the corporates, especially if you can share your experience with the butterfly garden, what happened and how it happened. Yes. Can we have a mic?
Thanks for this opportunity, Shivam. So, coming from a corporate world, I used to head CSR of a company. And one thing is that I trying to give out my experience, what has happened in the past years. So, CSR, sustainability, ESG, most of it are kind of intertwined, but people kind of mix up things. So, CSR mostly about doing things right. Means like you have a concept, you want to do it well. CSR gives you the mechanism, right? And it is also backed by a funding because mandate is there, right? Sustainability is more of a theme. How do you do it, right? There are 100 ways to achieve the same thing. How sustainable are you doing? But encompasses the holistic view of not just doing the right thing and doing it right, but does it take care of all the stakeholders on the way? That's where the distinction comes, as it's a larger umbrella. First and foremost thing to all the CSRs, managers and everything, please don't go behind NGOs in January, February, March and say, I want to do a plantation immediately. Okay? That's the worst thing you can ask an NGO and put them on a spot. Okay? NGOs will help you do that thing. If you say, hey, I want to do 70,000 butterfly gardens because I have enough money. I don't want to give to PM Care Fund. Can you do it? Yes, people will be there to do it. But make sure you ask at the right time. Don't give them the time, because NGOs are very truthful when they are trying to do, but they need to plan and execute. It's not a commodity that you have. It's a service that you're going to buy. That's the first experience that we have got. We rush up doing things thinking that it is it's like asking, sorry to say this, asking 10 mothers to productively do and get a baby in 1 month. It's not going to happen, right? Somehow the way you are cutting corners. That's the first thing. Second thing is that for the NGOs, be objective to the core. When somebody is asking you, first ask them the questions, the CSR, as to how it is strategically aligned. For example, we had this, not the, but the classic case of during the COVID, okay, people, there was Teach for India, for which we were doing some programs, right? And Teach for India asked us like, hey, give us food, give us this, give us shelter. We were not able to, because underprivileged kids, right? They are not able to come to school. So it was, we could have easily, with the money that we have had, we could have given food for the entire 365 days. But our core objective was basically through data and network, what is that we are able to accomplish? So by NGOs asking us the questions, we were able to refocus on our core thing, which was the digital divide. Basically, people who have been trained by these Teach for India for so long got disrupted on the learning part of it. And because of COVID, there was an emergency need. So what we said from the societal angle of it is that we will not give food, which is anyway a sub-activity that we will do, but to core on our strategy, we are going to bridge the digital divide. And then was the rejuvenation coming in. Okay, people cannot come to Teach for India classes and they will be at their home. So we said like we will sponsor tablets to them that we can get across to them and they can learn from where they are. So basically, ask the right questions, strategically be aligned, and that's what sustains. Because at the end of the day, you're going to report in front of people who are not understanding the situation, but they will look at the headlines. That is one. For gardens, people started asking like, the medians in the roads are classic places which are kind of protected. Can we have a butterfly garden there? Yes, we could have 144 shrubs. According to the Maharashtra Act, you can plant 144 shrub on the median per kilometer. You can plant all sorts of plants. But the thing is that butterflies fly and they come across all the traffic, right? So be strategic about doing the right thing, doing things right, and overarchingly, is it fitting onto your strategic objectives? Because that's what creates sustainability, right? Yeah. Few learnings from it. Yep, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone would like to add anything to what just said? I mean, one another information that we have written one letter to PMC last week, requesting them all the public spaces that they have for a PPP model as a part of CSR with the corporates. So they have given us a list. So our idea is to convert all these public parks and road medians and road traffic islands into a conservation spot. So we are starting one project with Metro. We are converting Ramwadi Metro Station into a model green metro station, which can give you a message that, I mean, most of the times it doesn't need a rocket science to preserve or protect yourself. You can have a better AQI if you're not putting lakhs of rupees on vertical garden, but maybe just 100 rupees in a climber. So in something which is accessible, something which is cheap, something which is maintainable. So with that theme and bring back Western Ghat, the topic suggested by Baruja sir and NGCPR is going to help us with that project of having more gardens. So
and only one thing. So if people are interested in bringing back about 150 square meter is the minimum area the minimum area that we require. So all the green campuses, please welcome anybody who wants to do a plantation in your place. Because the advantage of you host like garden.
Yeah. Yeah, and butterflies won't come in a concrete jungle. There has to be supporting plants around it. So it can be, you can put 200, 300 plants of Exora or Gandharaj or whatever. But if you don't have shade trees, if you don't have a mango tree, if you don't have an kadi patta or whatever, even lemon, so it won't come. It needs an ecosystem. So, and again, we can't do it in silos. So that is what also needs to be understood by the recipients. Yeah. Any further question? Any other question? No. So thank you so much. We'll be communicating our contact details to you. So in case if you need any kind of support in curating your projects, or if you would like to have another outreach, we will definitely be there to help you out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shivam, for those encouraging reports and also sharing from your experience, Mr. Satya Natarajan, sir. As a final session, since we have the field trip planned after the lunch is having to be pushed back slightly. To discuss on understanding CSR programs and project development with special reference to ESG and SDGs, we have with us Mr. Mandar Vaidya, Director of Shrishti for Resilience and Sustainable Development, Maharashtra. Mr. Vaidya is a senior humanitarian and development professional with over 20 years of work with outstanding understanding of humanitarian principles, response, disaster risk reduction and coordination. He has an experience of working with governments, NGOs, UN agencies and communities in 7 countries and over 20 states in India. He has excellent partnership management skills that have been honed through working with diverse range of stakeholders, including the UNICEF, governments, local NGOs, to name a few. And he also has exceptional knowledge and skills of developing and facilitating capacity building training courses and applying adult learning principles with creative training methods, which is why we are so honored to have you here with us, sir. So I would like to invite you now to deliver your address.
Good afternoon. I know that this is a late session, and but I promise you that you won't feel hungry. This, in a way, is a concluding session of all the sessions which we had. So I won't be repeating what earlier resource persons have said, and I really treasure the inputs which they have given, especially Bharucha sir. My topic is basically program and project development for CSR. And to begin with, I will refer to the point which Bharucha sir said. If we really want to develop any proposal, any project for ecology, for environment, then our thought process needs to be grounded. Our groundedness with communities, our groundedness with nature will help us to come up with innovative proposals. And now if you refer to any of the format of CSR funding, they have these critical sections in it. One section definitely is of innovation. Second section is about sustainability and scalability. Now, and I'm working with many of the grassroots NGOs in Maharashtra, Bihar and Orissa, where we are actually mentoring those agencies to review their programs, to revise their programs, and we are also helping their staff members to understand how a new program can be built around change priorities. Now this presentation will quickly take you through certain changes which are happening in NGO ecology, especially about funding. And I can see many of my friends here who have been working in NGO sector since long, especially Pramod sir. I know him since I was a youngster in Maharashtra. So let's look at what is changing first. So I will not go in the details of any of the brainstorming right now because we are lacking of the time. But if you look at the situation, we have NGOs which are supported by government, NGO, charitable trust and CSR. That is the reality on ground. And we also have community which is stressed due to emerging challenges, emerging changes in systems as well as in environment. Now we as NGOs have a traditional model of working where we start with programs. So every NGO has more than one programs. Each has been given different names, like for example, water resource management, livelihood. All these sectors are classified into programs and we call them as verticals of that NGO. Now every program is further facilitated through projects, several projects, small projects which contribute to the program goal and which again contribute to the vision and mission of the organization. And these projects are vehicles to work with communities or the interventions of communities. And when we look at our traditional way of writing project proposals, we are generally stating that to bring positive change. Many a times the impact which we really want to make is not defined clearly in our traditional ways of writing proposals. Now this positive change many a times is articulated in a lengthy manner and many a times it is more of a process oriented approach. Now here is the definite change when we come to CSR funding, when we refer to SDGs, because all of us know that we need to complete SDGs till 2030. Some another framework will come in because we already have replaced MDGs with SDGs. Now SDG will be replaced after 4 years. So whatever homework we are doing right now about SDGs is relevant only for 6 years. And I know there are certain forums world over who have already started to evaluate how SDGs are being achieved and what needs to be done. Let us understand this. These global frameworks are constantly changing. There has been a lot of discussions about ESG as well, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and everything is changing, everything is evolving. And the biggest challenge for all of us as NGO, grassroots NGOs, is to evolve ourselves as well. We cannot keep on the same program lines and then go and ask for funding for our old programs. This is one of the key learning point for all my friends from grassroots. Now let us look at what has changed. So earlier this stresses emerging from systems and environment used to affect communities. That was the perception. But these stresses emerging from systems and environment are now also affecting the concept of positive change or whatever change we are bringing in society. On the other hand, these stresses in systems are also affecting our own organizations. Let us first accept that. So we, Madam, actually spoke about adaptation as one of the major. One of the questions which we are actually asking our partner organizations, how adaptable we are right now for reframing, for revisiting our own programs. That is important to understand. Now let us look at what has happened. This positive change has been changed with the name of impact, and it is largely called as impact approach. And when we are talking about impact approach, especially corporate foundations or philanthropic organizations are asking for specific short-term and measurable impacts. What used to happen earlier with us was that we used to say that our impact was affected by something else. No. Now impact has to be measurable and it has to be short-term. And short-term money, the longest project which I have experienced right now is the 4 years project. Sir said that restoring entire ecology takes almost 15-20 years. So this is one important change which we need to look at when we are writing proposals. Second important thing has affected the entire project and program realm, where whenever we are writing proposal, we need to refer to technical expertise. Please understand this. We cannot write any of the proposal right now without technical expertise. For example, butterfly garden and the input which Shivam provided. The butterfly garden can't be done in a concrete jungle. It requires other biodiversity as well. I also have another question. If I start a butterfly garden on my farm, will it affect my productivity? We can discuss it afterwards, but the point here is that we should be able to understand the entire ecology, entire environment, and for that we need a lot of technical expertise. There are Team Swachh is here where we will be visiting. Now, when we are talking about sanitation, there is a technical expertise associated with sanitation. It's not only about sanitation, about hardware, about infrastructure, but it is also associated with behavior change communication, where we want people to change their behavior for proper sanitation. So technical expertise is required at every place. Then we also need sector specialization. If we are working in environment, we need specialized people in sector. If we are working in sanitation, we need sector specialized people in sanitation. Now, earlier our project used to deal with a small part of the program. Each project which is expected by CSR donors is a full program in itself. It has got its own goal, it has got its own objective, and it also has to have impact. So that is a significant change. So every project has to be comprehensive. Even a small disconnect in entire project proposal will either make you rewrite that proposal 100 times or you will not be qualifying. That is the general experience. Then integration of global and national frameworks. Many times it happens that how to integrate ESG with our program, how to integrate SDG with our program is the key challenge. We will be learning about it, and impact in short term. That is the biggest challenge, but it is possible. I am telling you, it is possible. We can actually, what is happening is that all NGOs start with a total change, societal change, but at some point of time we should be able to look at the measurable impact, and we will be able to achieve even measurable impact in 3 years, 5 years. But that impact has to be measurable. So key learning point here is that now NGO programming is not something like strategic planning workshop of after 5 years and strategic plan is there and then we are developing projects on that. Programming is a dynamic and continuous process. As the environment, the ecology of NGOs is evolving, the programming also should be evolving. I am not sure whether what I am writing today will be applicable tomorrow. Because on one hand, environment is changing significantly. On the other hand, policy frameworks and other requirements are also changing frequently. So, going to the next question, which I will not deliberate much on that. We are not getting into group work here, but proposal writing is an art where we need to have sharp conceptualization. Please understand, CSR donors don't have much time to read our long proposals. Now, if few of you have applied for some of the competitions, they say, please write your problem statement in 250 words. How many have experience? They say, write down your approach and methodology in 300 words. So, we need to be having sharp conceptualization. We need to have art of articulate communication. Like once you write it down, you will be getting a lot of queries. So rather than giving justifications, we should be articulated while responding to the queries. Nobody here, and I'm very practical because I'm working with grassroots, nobody here has time to listen to your stories. To be very honest. And then we also need a very precise art of conceptualizing theory of change. Earlier we used to write 4 or 5 pages about theory of change, value system, everything. Now we have to write it in one slide, one visual, how project inputs will be converting into project impact. And that is something which we need to learn. Second part is that there is a science of proposal writing where we need to have very good skill of data analysis. मराठी आहेत इथे खूप लोक. मराठीमध्ये आपण मोगम म्हणतो. आपल्याला मोगम बोलायची खूप सवय असते. काही उदाहरणं घेतली तर वाईट नका वाटून घेऊ. पण रस्त्यावरती झाडं नाहीयेत त्याच्यामुळे प्रदूषण वाढतंय. बोलतो ना. अनेक गोष्टी आपण बोलतो. नदीमध्ये खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट सोडल्यामुळे आमच्याकडे मासे मरतात. We need hard data to prove all these problems or all these articulations. So data analysis, and not only data analysis, if we refer to the art of communicating, the reader has to feel, I have got something new. Some new information, some new knowledge I have received from this proposal. So knowledge building along with data analysis is very important. Science of sector specialization is very important. You go to any of the sector today, you refer to health, you refer to water, drinking water, you refer to watershed development, any of the sector, everything has changed. And when we are working in multiple sectors, like for example, environment restoration and watershed development, and I write a cement nala band in that. Donor asks me how this will help, using cement will help in environment restoration. Don't you have other solution to that? Let us understand, when we are working in multiple sectors, we are writing proposal for multiple sectors, we have to be very careful in that, and we also should be very aware about what kind of technologies can be applied. See, most of the agencies which are supporting for environment related projects, they are coming from IT or telecom. And they are interested to know what kind of technologies can be applied to facilitate this social change. So this is the science. And third one, which I learned different word from Bharucha sir, is about passion. We need to be passionate about people and the environment where we are working. That is what Bharucha sir said, ki we need to be grounded. Then only that creativity which is required will come out. We should be passionate about exploring the root causes of the issues which we are dealing with, because as I mentioned that ecology is an interconnected system. We call it as ecosystem. No? So we need to be digging further, finding it out, and creative thinking about thematic area is also area of passion. So these are the 3 key qualities which we need while we are writing any proposal. I will not get into this slide right now, but there are 7 steps of proposal writing. We'll look at one by one. I will not repeat anything. Problem statement, we need to have clear understanding of what is the problem. 250 शब्दों में लिखना है. History and root causes of the problem has to be mentioned, and who and how many are affected and how. This how part is very important. Now the key challenge here is that we need to be clear and precise in our analysis. Most importantly, when we are writing the problem statement, the reader should feel, or reader should understand, reader should receive information that the solution is feasible for this problem. Please understand this. 100 साल के बाद जिसका सॉल्यूशन निकलने वाला है उसका प्रॉब्लम मैं यहाँ पर रखकर बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. So when we are articulating problem statement, the feasible solution is there. ये लिखना नहीं है, but the reader should understand that the feasible solution is may be available for this. There can be a number of solutions, and we should be referring to SDGs and ESG in our problem statement. Maybe in one line, maybe don't say SDG and ESG. Just use word social justice, just use word water governance, which I heard in some presentation. We need to refer it very smartly in our problem statement. I would have loved to discuss this case study because it was referring to Bharucha sir's presentation, but more we will let us see if the next step. Now this is different than the logical framework which we used to follow. In every proposal, and I have many examples. I'm doing this work since 1996 of proposal. So it starts with vision, mission, goal, objective, activities, then output, outcome, impact. Very few people we used to write in the proposal, and none of the donor also used to ask it. Now the scenario had changed. As soon as you write a problem statement, we should be very clear about the impact statements. And many of the formats nowadays which are coming, they, rather than asking about logical framework, they are asking about what impact you want to make. So clarity and specificity and measurable results हमारे पास होने चाहिए. So whatever impact we want to make, referring to the problem statement which we have mentioned, we should be very clear about specific and measurable results. That is what is impact. This is essential, that impact statement should include some strategic fit with corporate commitments. Here again SDG and ESG comes in. Now we need to be very smart when we are articulating it. I will explain it to you. And direct and indirect beneficiaries, number of direct and indirect beneficiaries, and sustainability aspect also should be referred in impact statement. Now the point here is that impact statement give direct relationship with problem statement. One cannot have that यहाँ पे disconnect बन जाएगा तो फिर आगे कुछ नहीं बनने वाला. Practicality of the impact. Will we be able to achieve this impact in given period of time? And given resources, will we be able to reach out to many of the beneficiaries? Earlier it used to happen कि हम 50 गांव में कर देंगे, 200 गांव में कर देंगे. Even if now quality matters, quantity doesn't matter. Even if it is a small area, that is okay. So let us target to that. Approach and methodology. Here it is again tricky. Now once we are talking about impact, what approach we are taking? So basically what are the ways of working which actually explains ethos of our own organization? Then these are few keywords which we need to have in our approach. Is about inclusion, most vulnerable, then application of technology. These are the keywords which we need to be referring to, and explain relevance of ESG in ways of working. I recently wrote a proposal on women's workforce participation in economy. So very good proposal. And the last question was, how will you ensure safety and security of your staff? It was, how will you ensure mental safety or mental health of your staff? Nothing to do with anything which we wrote. Because that donor agency wants to ensure labor safety and mental health is their priority. So in approach and methodology, we should be very clear while we are writing it. Now, referring back to Miyawaki. See, there shouldn't be any contradiction in our approach. Approach statements, or like I mentioned about cement nala ban, and we want to do environment regeneration. Or generally it happens that we want to do forest regeneration for livelihood, so bamboo plantation comes in. So in any case, when we are talking about ecological restoration, monocropping is not allowed, or anything which goes against ecology is not allowed. But many times what happens is that we want to package our earlier program in the new program. This is the reality. And then we write it down and we feel that this is okay. But there is a contradiction, and सामने बैठा हुआ इतना बड़ा मैनेजमेंट का बंदा है, पकड़ लेता है. He is more passionate about environment. He or she is more passionate about the change, as good as we. So this is approach and methodology. Please don't mention anything which indicates there is a contradiction. Theory of change. Actually, I conduct one full day session on theory of change. It's very difficult to explain, but it's a visual representation of how we want to achieve impact based on approach and methodology. Again, there is a straight connect in between each of the section. So what are the inputs which we will be providing? This is nothing to do with the budget. Please understand. How will we utilize budget to provide inputs in the system? What will be the process which we will be following? How that process will be affecting or impacting stakeholders in what spheres or realms of the society, and what project outcome will be there. And here we need to start thinking about impact and innovation together. So this is theory of change. Input, process and outcome are the key, and the stakeholders coordination, innovation and impact. Then comes result framework. Now logical framework is, और terminology भी change हो गया, उसको result framework बोलते हैं. अभी उस result framework में please ये समझ लेना जरूरी है. We need to understand that we have already mentioned the impact statement. So each impact statement has to be broken down into outcome. Outcomes have to be broken down into outputs. Now if we feel that these are becoming too many, we can reduce number of impacts. No worries, we can prioritize. So output statements with indicators. Outcome statements with indicators and means of verification. We need to be very practical in this. In given resources, given time frame, will we be able to achieve this? So practicality approach is very important. I have made it bold. In any situation, this section should not appear as list of potential interventions. हम ये करना चाहते हैं. This will not work. What will work? ये करेंगे तो ये होगा. जो मिल गया वो मुकद्दर नहीं चलेगा. Very practical. So, and as soon as any donor understands that they are just fantasizing a change, I'm using this word, they will not entertain this proposal to a certain level. We should be very practical, and we shouldn't be and clearly implementable as well. Step number 6, I actually have case studies about this, but I don't have time right now. So the innovation part of the proposal actually starts from section 3, from approach. So we need to be very clear, and once we take that innovation in our consideration, it will actually change everything. It will change our result framework. It will change our impact statements. So one thing which I really understood or liked is that in Maharashtra or any part, microclimate has got diversity. Like in Purandar, one part of the hill gets lot of rain, so there are big forests. Other part of the hill doesn't get rain, so it is grassland. So microclimate has got diversity. So when we are drafting any of the proposal, any of the innovation, that diversity has to be considered. And this microclimate is making impact on people's life. This microclimate is making impact on wildlife and as well as on the biodiversity. So microclimate has to be considered. Multiplicity of the solution also should be considered for problem solving. So we cannot base our entire proposal on single solution. We should be thinking of multiple solutions, and now those solutions are available due to technology. Whatever solution we are coming up should be acceptable to community. If it is not acceptable to community, we will not be able to explain the sustainability part of the section. So what types of innovations can be done? One is called as process innovation. So here we are not innovating any of the product, any of the new program, but we are making changes in process so that resources can be saved or the impact can be achieved in a little bit earlier time. Second one is fresh innovation. Anything which we are inventing from the scratch can also be taken up as innovation. Third one is adaptive innovation, where there is innovation, something done in Himachal Pradesh, something is done in Konkan. So how we can adapt that innovation considering diversity of the micro climate. And this is one more case study, very important for Pune district. A new airport is coming up. I still have 5, won't take more than that time. Coming back to Bharucha sir, it was very inspiring presentation sir you made. So what was mentioned by Bharucha sir was that every small act happening in environment has impact on other parts of that. Now we are having Pune airport coming in Purandar block. It is coming in the central part of Purandar. Anyone from Purandar here? No. Central part of Purandar. Same airport is connected with the ring road. Now someone actually termed a term called wasteland. It's a history, and I took long time to find it out. Actually Britishers, wherever they wanted to development work, they termed grasslands as wastelands. And then those grasslands were acquired for development activities and grasslands were lost. Now what is happening is that there are significant number of wildlife, foxes and many rabbits are there. ज्याला मराठीमध्ये सालिंदर म्हणतो आपण. हां, नाव खूप अवघड आहे. So all these are there and they actually are living there. Now as soon as they have started to acquire the land, they cannot go to the west of that area because it is fully sugarcane factories and everything is there. So they will be definitely going to the Purandar Fort and Jejuri, where there is still some grassland is saved. Now what will happen to biodiversity and the animal population there? When we come across such issues which are unaddressed, there is possibility of finding clear innovative solution.
Addition to that, even the Dangar community is suffering.
Dangar community is suffering.
Social impact.
Social impact. Now, yes, there are few arguments going on right now that pasture community in Maharashtra has more sustainable way related to environment than sugarcane farming and all. That debate is going on. Point here is that when we come across any of such issue, that can be converted into project. But none of the, that can be converted into project and innovation is possible. But if we really ignore some of the micro level issues, which might be affecting only 5 villages, which might be affecting only 10 villages, we will be missing on to the innovation. That is key learning point here. So sustainability and scalability is one of the key aspects where it has to be addressed in section 3 again. So every activity or every section has to be presented in a way that it can be done anywhere. It is possible with some adaptation. Many times what happens is that while expressing our own uniqueness, we forget that it should be replicable as well. So conditionalities to implement this program should be minimum and should be presented in this way. Theory of change is something very important which actually explains the sustainability. So theory of change has to be simple, straightforward, rather than making it more complex, rather than adding on to a lot of ideological and perspective related elements. Let it be very straight and simple so that community can accept it, other stakeholders also can accept it, and the process can be amplified in other geographies as well. So I think that's it in my presentation. It was a very short time. Thank you very much for listening.
What about other best practices being incorporated? A model.
I agree with best practices. While writing proposal, those best practices can be referred to approach and methods. Those best practices which are happening around us can be referred in approach and method process, so that the proposal won't look like we are replicating everything. But the best practices can be referred to that point of time. See, it happens with many of the grassroots NGOs where technical expertise is not available. They tend to replicate other projects, but then they are constantly struggling to prove their proposals. So if we put it limited only for approach and method section, and we develop our own program, that will be more helpful. So that's it. If you have some questions or queries, I think we'll be having some WhatsApp group or something.
Yeah, we will do that.
And always ask. I'm happy to help.
Sir, an expert like you or Dr. Bharucha with so much of success stories behind you may need a long time to discuss the SWOT analysis of their ideas and things like that. So this is just, as I told you, you're not just wetting the feet, we are pushing you into the water, making you wait for the lunch till 2:30. So sorry about that. But what we want to propose is, with the expertise of 2-3 NGOs coming here and these eminent personalities, we can have different versions of this training program as a diploma program, certificate program. A certificate program can be with field exposure and hands-on training like this for about 45 hours with the flexi timing at the weekend, continued kind of certification. So we request you to give your views, your feedback. We'll create a group and then we will plan in future. This is not an one-off event. It's an ongoing capacity building exercise at the request of the beneficiaries. Okay? So thank you. Over to the computer.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for that enlightening presentation. I would like to place on record our gratitude to the top management of Symbiosis International Deemed University. I would like to thank Dr. Shashikala Gurpur, ma'am, who has conceived the entire idea of this workshop as the Jean Monnet Chair Professor and to bring it to fruition. We have not concluded with today's event as the field visit is still remaining. So we are going to take a lunch break right now. Thank you to all the resource persons who have come and shared from their expertise, their expert views and insights into this topic. For lunch break, I have a few announcements for all the guests. The resource persons, the lunch is being arranged at the Executive Lounge. All the participants, attendees of this workshop, lunch is arranged in the canteen in the ground floor and the seating is arranged in the garden area of the canteen. At 3:15, there will be buses that will leave for the field visit. I will just mention the bus numbers. So bus number 1588 and 0434, if you could just make a note of it. Bus number 1588 and 0434 will be leaving at between 3:15 to 3:20 p.m. So please make sure that you are going for your lunch and then going for the field visit after that. Thank you very much, one and all. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to. So all the participants, if you have your own vehicle and if you would like to leave from the field itself, you all can take your vehicles. And those who have not come by specific any vehicle something, we have 2 buses arranged. The numbers were just announced. And if you go outside the gate number 3, towards your left hand side, the buses would be waiting. So, yeah. They don't have to come back here. Yeah, the debriefing ma'am will be doing there itself.